Court come to order.
Do we have any matters we need to take up before we get the jury in this morning?
Not in the state, Your Honor.
Okay. Everybody good? Hello, tell me your name.
David Howell.
Howell? Okay, you've been with us before? Okay, welcome back. All right, are you ready with your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
The first witness is outside. I'm logging in.
Okay,
I will be using that.
all right, and is the jury ready? All right, okay, let's get the jury in. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, Mr. Atkins, you can call the state's next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Ms. Sharon Latners to the stand.
Okay.
Raise your hand. You swear firm testimony given the truth, whole nothing but the truth. We'll be back to the court.
Sharon Latners, SHARONLATNERS.
Good morning, Ms. Latners, and welcome back.
Good morning.
Now, what's been marked as states 1 Juliet Juliet through 1 Juliet Juliet Alpha and Bravo. Now, Ms. Latners, if you can and look through those 3 exhibits and just look up at me when you're ready.
Okay.
What are those, Ms. Latners?
One is, CAD report.
Can you pull that, mic towards your?
This one?
Yeah, that one. Thank you.
Exhibit 1. 1 John 1, I'm sorry, 1 John, then 1 John 8.
Is that disc, Ms. Latners, one? JJ Bravo.
The 911 calls.
And Ms. Latners, do you recognize those?
Yes,
Depiction of the CAD reports and the 911 call associated with this incident?
yes,
And before testifying, Ms. Latners, did you review and mark that 911 call on one Juliet Bravo? Juliet Alpha and Bravo.
You're admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state is publishing one. Now, Ms. Latners, what is the incident number for this report?
you have 0288 and 0292.
What is the date of this CAD report?
April the 28th, 2015.
And for specifically one Juliet, what call type and description was this call?
Call came as shots fired. Officer changed it to 86, which is vandalism. The call came in as shots fired, which was a 25. Officer changed it to 86, which means vandalism.
Ms. Latners, in your experience with APD, what are some type of situations where an 86 vandalism could come across on a CAD report?
If our operator called, sorry, if a caller called in and says car been vandalized, it's car been shot up, window been broken, that's vandalism.
Now, Ms. Latners, what was the location address for this incident?
2517 Dunley Harwell Parkway, Northwest Atlanta.
Are you familiar with that location, Ms. Latners?
It's a club over there.
That's fair enough. Now, Ms. Latners, I'm going to publish what's already been admitted as 1 Tango Alpha. Now, Ms. Latners, a couple weeks back, did you and me talk about 1 Tango Alpha?
Yes,
And what is the address of 1 Tango Alpha?
551 Woods Drive, Northwest Atlanta.
Ms. Latners, you actually don't have that before you. You have, if you look on, is your screen working on that laptop with the Zoom?
Yes,
I just published an exhibit you don't have physically before you.
okay.
What is the address for 1 Tango Alpha?
On this string, it says 2517 Dunley Harwell Parkway, Northwest Atlanta.
Is that the same address as 1 Juliet we were just discussing?
Yes,
Your Honor, republishing State's Exhibit 1 Juliet. Now, Ms. Latners, was this a 911 call or officer-generated CAD report?
officer generated CAD report.
What time was this CAD report generated?
Officer pulled out on the call at 0220 AM hours.
what time was the call? And is this one Juliet, Miss Latners?
Say that again.
Is this one Juliet?
Yes,
Is the dispatch time and the call receive time the same?
yes,
Is that because it was officer generated?
yes.
Now, what time was this call cleared?
It cleared at 04:34 a.m. hours.
Now, do you see on page 1, Ms. Latners, under unit information, there's a number of, it says SEC unit and then has numbers?
Yes,
Now, what does that indicate?
well, it looks like off-duty unit was working at the club. He pulled out. And once he come over there and he said shots fired at the location, most of every unit in that zone 1 is going to go to that location. So that's why you have the different units out there at that location.
So do each of those units that have a different number reflect a different officer?
Yes,
And roughly, is that about, you see listed on page 1?
12 units.
Now, Ms. Latner's turning to page 2. Do you see at the top, does it continue to list different unit numbers that responded?
Yes,
How many do you see on the top of page 2?
5 units.
So in total, is it about 17 units that responded to this call?
Yes,
Now, do you see beneath that, Ms. Latner's, where it has unit times and has a number of codes?
yes.
What code is A alpha?
That means the unit arrived on the scene,
What code is EN
en route,
and BU?
back up.
So Ms. Latner's, is page 2 of this, is this indicating when various officers are arriving or en route to that location?
Correct.
Now, further down, Ms. Latner's, do you see where, and you had stated to the jury, do you see on page 2 where it stated that the count was a 25 for shots fired?
Yes,
And does it list that count changing to an 86 further on in the CAD report?
not on the second page, it doesn't.
If you turn to page 3, Ms. Latner, do you see where there's a code for RT?
Yes,
What does that code mean?
that means that the unit is sitting in his car on his MDT running different information, tags, person wanted.
And Ms. Latner's is short on CAD reports is TXT. What is that short for?
TXT,
Yes, ma'am.
that's the information coming back for his MDT
And what about LIC?
license.
Now, Ms. Latner's, one brief moment, Ms. Latner's. So, Ms. Latner, I want to walk through this with you. Starting on page 3, you see the time 2:27:57 a.m. on the top of page 3.
22750, what?
57.
Yes,
Can you tell the jury what that indicates?
that indicates that the unit is running someone tag. Well, it shows license, I'm sorry, correct, license.
And what are the last 4 of that license?
4209.
Now, Ms. Latner's a little bit further down at 229:34, kind of in the middle of the page. Do you see the code at 229:34?
They're running another license plate.
Is that a different last 4 of the license plate?
Yes, 7542.
And Ms. Latner, kind of towards the bottom of page 3 at 25157. Do you see that code?
Yes,
Is that a different last four than the previous two?
yes,
Is that another vehicle and license that's being ran?
yes,
Now turning to page 4, Ms. Ladders, do you see at the top at the time 3:12:15 a.m.?
okay.
What code or what is happening on the CAD report at 3:12:15 a.m.?
They'll run another license plate, 0994.
Turning Ms. Ladders to 3:16:49, kind of towards the middle of the page. Do you see that?
Yes,
Can you tell the jury what that indicates at 3:16:49?
they'll run another license plate, 9521.
Ms. Lattner's turning to 3:23:49 a.m., kind of towards the bottom of the page. Do you see another code at that time?
They run another license plate, 7271.
And Ms. Lattner's finally at 3:40:57 towards the bottom of the page. What is happening at 3:40:57?
They're running another license plate, 9843.
Now, Ms. Lattner's, is that 7, or how many is that 7 license plates that you just indicated were reflected in the CAD report?
Yes,
Do you see the 4th row above the CAD narrative at 4:34:43 a.m.?
434 what?
4:34:43.
Yes,
What is occurring at 4:34:43?
they did a report on each one of those license plates. They put in code 17.
What does code 17 mean to pull that in?
They did a report for whoever vehicles these are.
Now, Ms. Lattner's flipping to page 1 briefly. What time was this case cleared?
Cleared their 04:34 a.m. hours.
Is that the same time as when you indicated they generated a report on page 4?
Yes,
What does the code DC mean?
they just, DC is, distribution, I'm sorry, DC is mean they clear the call for that 17.
Now, Ms. Lattner, do you see a CAD narrative at the bottom on page 4?
Yes,
What is the first input in that CAD narrative?
it shows 78 shots on calls, 67 vehicles shot up at location,
What is it? Does it say no 78?
no 78.
What does that mean?
No, look out on the person who did the shooting.
And then it says 6 to 7 vehicles shot up at location.
Yes,
So with the 7 license plates that were ran on scene, is that aligned or not aligned with 7 vehicles being shot up?
yes,
Ms. Lattner, do you also see the second from the bottom in the CAD narrative on page 4? Is there any related incident numbers to this?
yes, it is.
What is the last 4 of the related incident number?
0292.
And Ms. Lattner's, the very last at 3:51:45, when it says M type 25 to 86. Is that what you were describing of the count changing for the jury?
Yes,
Ms. Lattner's, I want to turn to, is that the end of this CAD report for 1 Juliet Juliet?
yes,
Ms. Lattner's, I want to turn to 1 Juliet Juliet Alpha. Is 1 Juliet Juliet Alpha related to the CAD report we just discussed?
yes,
Is the last 4 of that CAD the same last 4 reflected in 1 Juliet Juliet that we just discussed?
yes.
Is it the same? What date is this?
April 28th, 2015,
Now, what zone and beat are these 2 CAD reports?
Zone 1, and they're on beat 109 speed.
Now, for CAD report 1 Juliet Juliet Alpha, what is the address?
551 Woods Drive, Northwest Atlanta.
And with the 2 CAD reports being the same zone and the same beat, and Your Honor, publishing 1 Juliet Juliet Alpha. Are they in the same part of the city, Your Honor? Or, I mean, sorry, Ms. Latners, or nearby?
Yes,
Was this call, unlike the first call, a 911 or officer-generated call?
came through with 911,
What time was the 911 call?
02:20 a.m. hours,
What time was the call received with dispatch?
dispatch received the call 02:21 hours.
Now, Ms. Latner is just briefly glancing back at one Juliet. Is this 911 call after or before the officer-generated CAD report we just discussed?
A couple seconds after for the officer generating it.
When did officers arrive to this 911 call?
First officer arrived at 02:26 hours.
What priority call was this 911 call?
A prior to call.
Is that a 10-minute response?
Yes,
What time was this call cleared?
it was cleared at 02:32 a.m. hours.
Was it cleared roughly 10 minutes after the call or officers arrived?
Yes,
Now, turning to the CAD narrative on page 2, do you see that, Ms. Latners? The fourth row from the top at 2:21:28 a.m. Can you tell the jury what that indicates?
the call advised the operator they heard about 30 shots in the area.
Now, Ms. Latners, the very last input at 2:23:36, does it have a related CAD report?
Yes, it does.
And is that related CAD report one Juliet?
Yes,
Now, Ms. Latners, I'm going to publish is one Juliet Bravo, the 911 call that corresponds with this CAD report? The disk you have before you?
yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state's going to publish one Juliet Bravo for the jury.
Atlanta 911 emergency operator 1287, what's the address of your emergency?
551 Woods Drive, Northwest Atlanta, Georgia, but don't come to the
Oh, okay, listen to me. Okay, let me verify. 551 Woods Drive, Northwest, right?
Yeah,
Okay, but do not come, but what's going on? You need the police, fire, ambulance.
gunshots,
How many?
a lot, like 30.
Heard 30 gunshots in the area, 551 Woods Drive?
Yes.
Okay, but do not come to Woods Drive. Did you see anybody?
No.
Okay, heard about 30 shots, so, okay, and your name?
Don't wanna.
You don't, okay, that's fine, that's fine. Can I just verify your phone number in case we have to call you back? Just ask a question.
4428567.
Okay, 442856734. Okay, hold on 1 second. Are you near Club Crucial?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, all right, ma'am. I think we've already had that reported, but thank you for calling, okay?
Okay.
Thank you now. Bye-bye.
Now, Ms. Latners, I'm going to approach you with what's been marked as 1 kilo through 4 kilo alpha. I'm going to grab these Juliets from you. Or actually, I'm going to leave them up here. Ms. Latners, if you can take a minute to look through those kilo exhibits and just look up at me when you're ready. Ms. Latners, what are 1 kilo kilo through 4 kilo kilo alpha that I just gave you and you just reviewed?
CAD reports from April 28th, 2015.
And how do you recognize them?
Yes,
Is one of those a disc?
yes,
Is there any significant markings on that disc?
my initials.
Were you able to listen what's on that disc before testifying here today?
Yes,
And Ms. Latners, are 1 kilo kilo through 4 kilo kilo alpha a fair and accurate depiction of the CAD reports and 911 call for this incident?
yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to introduce into evidence 1 kilo kilo, 2 kilo kilo, 3 kilo kilo, 4 kilo kilo, and also, Your Honor, the 1 through 4 kilo kilo alpha.
All right, those are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Ms. Latners, in publishing 1 kilo kilo for the jury. Ms. Latners, what is the date of this incident report?
April 28th, 2015.
The same date as we just discussed?
Yes.
What is the location of this call?
1291 MLK Drive, Northwest Atlanta.
What type of call was this?
Shots fired.
What is the zone and beat?
Zone 1, 105 speed.
And Ms. Latners, for the record, what is the incident report for 1 kilo kilo?
151180455.
Ms. Latners, was this a officer generated or 911 call?
911 call.
What time was this 911 call generated?
0403 AM hours.
Now, Ms. Latners, if you glance at 1 Juliet, Juliet, is this 911 call after or before those?
After.
You said it was made at 040325.
Yes.
When was the call received at dispatch?
0434 AM hours.
When were officers dispatched to that location?
0405 AM hours.
And when were officers cleared from this scene?
041256 AM hours.
Now, Ms. Latners, do you see at the bottom with the CAD narrative? Can you describe what at 4:04:34 AM for the jury, what that indicates?
Caller advised he heard 8 fired. He heard shots fired in the area.
Does that indicate that the caller heard 8 shots fired in the area?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Latners, at the top, do you see the disposition for this CAD report?
It shows code 12 and also say CCAD 0462.
And does code 12 signify that there's some type of investigation?
Yes.
Ms. Latners, do you have before you 1 kilo kilo alpha? Or already admitted, Your Honor, the state's going to publish 1 kilo kilo alpha.
Atlanta 911 operator 6173, what's the address here, emergency?
Well, 1291 Martin Luther King Jr. Drive, but somebody's firing off AKs in the neighborhood.
About how many did you hear?
Just heard about 17 shots.
Did you want to see what the officer when they come out?
Nah, I'm asleep, but I mean, dang, it's every night.
Okay.
And if they can check the address at 1271, it's an empty house next door to me. They going in and out that house at night. They start going in that house about 8:30 dark at night. And they go in and out the house all night. Cars parked down on Rockmart. So I don't know. It's not this. Like I said, it can't be but a few houses away that shoot, that are random shooting. And it goes on every night in the neighborhood, but just kind of close that time. Thank you very much.
Okay, we're gonna be throwing out.
Yeah, maybe see a little patrols through here in the evening time. They bust caps, shoot caps every night hit around through here between 2 and 4.
Okay. All right, that's throwing out.
Appreciate it.
You're welcome, Mama.
Publishing what's been admitted, Your Honor, as 2 kilo. And Ms. Latners, with all of these kilo exhibits that we're discussing, how many total CAD reports do you have before you?
4.
And were all 4 of those related to the same incident?
Yes.
Ms. Latners, in 2 kilo, what is the incident report for this CAD report?
151180456.
Was 1 kilo, did that end in 455?
Yes.
Is this 456?
Yes.
And Ms. Latners, when CAD reports come through APD, do they get incident numbers in sequential order?
Yes.
So this is the next incident report after 1 kilo.
Yes.
What is the location for this incident number?
1469 Mill Street Southwest.
What is the zone and beat for this CAD?
Zone 104 is beat.
Is that the same zone and beat as 1 kilo?
No, the first one was 105's beat,
Is 104 near 105's beat?
right next door.
What was the source of this CAD report? Was it a 911 call or officer generated?
911 call,
What time was this call received?
0403 AM hours.
Was that after or before 1 kilo?
After.
What type of priority was this call?
Prior to 2,
Is that a 10-minute response time?
10 minutes.
What time was this call cleared?
0412 hours AM. 0412 AM hours.
Ms. Latners, comparing 2 kilo with 1 kilo, how close in time is the clearance between the 2 calls?
About 5 seconds off.
What was the disposition of 2 kilo?
Code 12 investigated CCAD 0462.
Is that the same CCAD 0462 referenced in 1 kilo?
Yes.
Publishing, Your Honor, 3 kilo. Ms. Latners, what is the incident number for 3 kilo?
151180460.
Is this the same date as what we just discussed?
Yes.
What zone and beat is 3 kilo?
Zone 104's beat.
Was this self-initiated by an officer or a 911 call?
It's 911 call.
Now, Ms. Latners, what time was this call received?
0406 AM hours.
How close in time is the 04, 06, 07 hours to 1 and 2 kilo we just discussed?
Couple of minutes off.
Ms. Latners, what time was this call cleared?
0408 AM hours.
And turning to the CAD narrative at 4:06:07 AM, can you explain for the jury what that indicates?
Received a call, call advised several shots heard in the area.
And Ms. Latner's turning to the top, what is the disposition for 3 Kilo Kilo?
The 911 canceled the call. I'm sorry, dispatch canceled the calls because all of it was related to the first two calls. And she marked as CCAD 04620456, since all in the same area as 104's beat.
Is that why, Ms. Latner's, the call was canceled 2 minutes after this 911 call was generated?
Correct.
Your Honor, publishing what's been marked as 4 Kilo Kilo. Ms. Latner's looking at 4 Kilo Kilo. What is the incident number for 4 Kilo Kilo?
151180462.
Is this the 0462 that was referenced in the previous 3 Kilo Kilo exhibits?
Yes.
What's the location for this CAD report?
28 Adele Avenue Southwest.
What zone and beat is 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest?
Zones 104's beat.
Is that the same beaten zone or the neighboring beaten zone for the previous 3 CAD reports?
Yes.
And what was the source of this CAD report? Was it 911 call or officer generated?
911 call.
What time was the 911 call made?
04:05 a.m. hours.
What time was the 911 call received by APD dispatch?
04:06 a.m. hours.
What time were officers dispatched out to that call?
04:07 a.m. hours.
What time was this call cleared?
07:04 a.m. hours.
Now, Ms. Latner's, you see on page 1, it has unit information.
Yes.
Who was the primary unit on this call?
11:04.
And is there any officers listed for this case?
Yes.
Their name.
Adrian Pitts.
Is there multiple unit numbers beneath 1104?
Yes.
Is that multiple officers responding to this call?
Yes.
What type of call is this? What's the code?
Code is 50, person shot.
Would a person shot code 50, what kind of response would that get?
Priority 2.
And how quick a response time is priority 2 within APD CAD?
Should be quick as possible. We have 10 minutes to dispatch it out.
Now, Ms. Latner's, do you see on page 2, the CAD narrative at the bottom?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury what is indicated at 40628, the third from the top?
Advised female shot, female glazed by bullet.
What is after female grazed by bullet?
Caller states someone shot up house.
And Ms. Latner's, 2 beneath that at 40740, is it reference a related incident number we've already discussed?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state is going to publish 4 Kilo Kilo Alpha for the jury.
Put that weed out. I'm calling.
Advance to 911, operator 6587, what is the address of your emergency?
Someone just turned the shot on my house and my auntie got shot.
Okay. Okay, what's the address?
1428
1428
Adele Avenue.
Adair.
30314.
Is this in a house or an apartment?
You said what now?
Is this a house or an apartment?
Our house?
Okay, that's Adair Avenue Northeast. Southeast?
I thought it's southeast.
Okay.
1420 Adair Avenue, 11-30314.
Okay, it's not coming up southeast. Hold on one moment.
ABELE.
Oh, Adele.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, hold for greater.
Mama come out clean her.
Brittany EMS with a status of your emergency.
Hello.
This is Brittany EMS with a status of your emergency.
1428.
Okay, repeat that one more time. Okay, repeat that. So we have correct. Hello?
Hello.
Can you repeat the address to make sure we have it correct?
1428 Avenue.
All right, Department of Private House.
A house.
What's the phone number you're calling from in case we're disconnected?
404-243-4683.
All right, and what's your name?
Diamond Meeting.
Okay, Dr. Can you tell me what happened?
Oh, I was just, when I woke up from gunshot, people, somebody just told me they were shooting up the house.
Okay, was anyone shot?
Big time.
Okay. Are you with the patient right now?
Oh, she lying in bed.
Okay. Are you with her right now?
You said what now?
With her right now, Diamond?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, how old is she?
She is, she didn't get, the bullet didn't go through, she got straight. But she is, see how you got this away?
Is she awake?
Yes, she awake. You said, yes, she breathing.
Okay, when did this happen? When did this happen? When did this happen? Great.
5 minutes ago. Okay.
Okay, and is there was still nearby?
You said what?
The person that was shooting, are they still in the area?
Yes, ma'am, that's the other house.
Okay, is there any serious bleeding?
No, ma'am.
Bleeding at all?
Yes, she's breathing. The bullet's right here.
All right. Completely alert.
You said what? Ma'am?
Is she completely alert?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, what part of her body was injured?
The butt.
Okay, she was shot in her buttock.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, is there more than one wound?
No, ma'am.
All right, send the paramedics to help stand line. We'll tell you what to do next. Atlanta Fire Police on 792.
Okay.
Steering route.
Okay.
Okay, great. What you say, Atlanta?
You said what?
We need to know if the person that shot her is still on scene.
Yes, ma'am. She's standing.
No, the people that were shooting, are they still around?
Oh, yes, I guess it was right.
Okay, so they're nowhere in sight at this time.
Oh, no, ma'am.
You know where they are or where they went?
No, ma'am. We just woke up.
Okay. Then the paramedics to help stand the line. We'll tell you what to do next. Grab a cushion, dry cloth, or a towel.
Okay.
Okay, and I want you to take your right arm, press down firmly, and don't move it up, okay? Let her know the help is but watch her closely. If she becomes less awake environments, put each other on her side. Okay, so when she becomes intense, gather any medications that she's taking, please unlock your door, shut on the outside light, and have someone meet the paramedic. If you don't person will look back for further instructions, we're on the way.
Okay, the police is already outside. So they-
Okay, okay, thank you.
Ms. Latners, that was 911 call that corresponded with 0462.
Yes.
Ms. Latners, I'm going to approach you with what's marked as 1 Lima Lima, 1 Lima Lima Alpha, and 1 Lima Lima. Excuse me, and 2 Lima Lima. Ms. Ladders, just take a minute, look over those exhibits and just look up at me when you're ready. Ms. Ladders, what are 1 Lima Lima, 2 Lima Lima, and 1 Lima Lima Alpha?
Copy of the CAD report for that incident.
Is there also a 911 call associated with those?
Yes.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the 911 call and CAD reports for this incident?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 1 Lima Lima, 1 Lima Lima Alpha, and 2.
You may.
I'm gonna come grab these, Ms. Latners, and be right back.
Gotcha.
I'm gonna give these back to you, Ms. Latners.
So was there objection or did y'all just need to see them? Okay, all right. Okay, they're preserved. All right, so those are admitted.
Your Honor, thank you, Your Honor. Publishing 1 Lima Lima. Ms. Latners, what is the incident report for 1 Lima Lima?
151180587,
What is the date?
April 28th, 2015.
And Ms. Latners, what type of call is 1 Lima Lima?
Shots fired.
What was the location of the shots fired?
1903 Drew Drive, Northwest.
What is the zone and beat for this call?
Zone 1, 110 speed.
Now, Ms. Latners, was this a 911 call or officer generated?
911 call.
What time was this 911 call made?
05:50 a.m. hours.
And Ms. Latners, is this after or before the 2517 Donnelly Hollowell 1JJ we discussed?
After.
Is this after or before the 1428 Adele Drive we just discussed with Kilo Kilo exhibits?
After.
Ms. Latners, when were officers dispatched to this scene?
At 05:53 a.m. hours.
When did they arrive?
06:01 a.m. hours,
And what time was this call cleared?
06:44 a.m. hours.
Now, Ms. Lattners, do you see unit information in the middle of page 1?
I do.
What is the primary unit for this call?
1110s,
And what officer is associated with 1110?
Sean Hill.
Now, Ms. Lattner's turning to the CAD narrative. The third from the top at 5:52:18 a.m. Can you explain for the jury what that indicates?
It indicates that the operator put in information about heard 9 gunshots fired near parking deck from the caller.
And when it says no 78, is that no suspect?
No suspect.
Ms. Lattner's turning back to the top. Do you see the disposition for this CAD report?
Code 12 investigated.
And Ms. Lattner's, do you have before you a 911 call associated with this?
Yes.
Your Honor, is that 1 Lima Lima Alpha?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state is publishing 1 Lima Lima Alpha for the jury.
Atlanta 911, operator 6544. What's the address of your emergency?
I stay at 1903 Drew Drive.
1903 Drew Drive.
Yes.
Do you need police, fire, or ambulance at that location?
I think it'll be the police.
Okay, what's going on there?
I just woke up and I just heard about 9 gunshots.
Okay, can you tell me which direction you think it's coming from?
It came from the parking deck.
Okay. And this is an apartment?
Yes.
What's the name of the apartment?
Columbia Crest.
Is there a gate code?
Yes.
Can you share that with me, please?
0162.
0162. What's your name?
Stephanie.
Stephanie, what's your contact phone number?
678-769-9305.
678-769-9305.
Yes.
And you said you heard about 9 gunshots fired near the parking deck. By chance, do you see anyone?
I don't even want to get close to the one.
Okay. And what's your apartment number?
What is 2309?
Do you want to speak with an officer when he comes out?
Oh, I don't have to. I just know I heard a lot of gunshots just now.
Okay, we're gonna get an officer over there to check it out. Thank you, Stephanie.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Publishing 2 Lima Lima, Your Honor, and Ms. Lattner's, we're going to talk about 2 Lima Lima. Is this April or 28, 2015?
Yes.
And Ms. Lattner's, what is the incident report number for 2 Lima Lima?
151180588.
How did this call type come in?
A 911 call.
And what was the caller's first name?
Natasha.
And Ms. Lattner's, what was the address of this 911 call?
1903 Drew Drive Northwest.
And is there an apartment associated with that call?
Apartment 1122.
And what is the zone and beat for this 911 call?
Zone 1, 110 speed.
And is this after or before the 1 Lima Lima that we just discussed?
After.
How close in time is this 911 call to the first? If you look at 1 and 2 Lima Lima.
About a minute apart.
Now, Ms. Lattner's, what time did officers get dispatched to this location?
05:55 a.m. hours,
What time did they arrive?
06:03 a.m. hours,
And what time was this call cleared?
11:16 a.m. hours.
Now, Ms. Lattners, do you see in the middle under unit information? Is that the same unit number 1110 and Officer Sean Hill that we just discussed with 1 Lima Lima?
Yes,
So did that officer respond in relation to both of these calls?
yes.
And Ms. Lattners, do you see on page 2 at 6:44:05 a.m. where it says M type 54 to 86?
Yes.
What does that indicate for the jury?
Call came in as a suspicious person. That's a signal for Atlanta 54. An officer asked the dispatcher to change to 86 to vandalism.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Thank you very much, Ms. Lattners. No further questions by the state, Your Honor.
All right, do any defense counsel have questions for Ms. Lattners? All right. All right, Ms. Lattners, thank you for your time. You are excused. Call your next witness. All right.
Raise your right hand. You swear the firm testimony you give the truth, all the truth, nothing but the truth. I see. Just spell your first and last name for the court. I'll give the mic.
My name is Denise Bell. Spell my name D-E, not S-E, B-E-L-L. B-E-L-L, yes.
Good morning, Ms. Bell.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm a little nervous.
All right. Is there anything we can do to make you a little less nervous?
Not really.
All right. Ms. Bell, appreciate your honesty. Would you do me a favor and set your purse down by your side?
Yes, I can.
And I'm standing over here. Would you direct your communication to the jury over here? They need to hear what you're saying, and you need to talk loudly and into the microphone if you can.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Bell, would you tell the jury where you're from originally?
I'm from Atlanta, Georgia.
All right. Do you have family that lives in Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes,
Have you lived in Atlanta all your life?
yes,
Do you have sisters and brothers?
yes.
How many?
I'll say 5.
All right.
Other than me.
And one of them, does one of them live at 1428 Adele Avenue?
Yes,
Have you ever lived at 1428 Adele Avenue?
yes,
And is that in Fulton County?
yes.
How long did you or has your family, you and your sister, you or your sister lived at 1428 Adele Avenue?
I mean, she may have been there 25 years and I was like maybe 13 years.
She's been there 25 and you 13?
Yes,
How'd you come to live at 1428 Adele Avenue?
that's a good question.
Thank you.
Some kind of way I had to move from where I was
Mhm.
living at, and I asked her, can I come live with her? And she said, yes.
Is this sister of yours older or younger than you?
She's younger than me.
Would you describe for the jury what kind of structure 1428 Adele Avenue, what kind of house does your sister have?
It's a nice family home, nice family home.
Is it a condo, townhome, or a standalone?
It's a home.
Standalone house,
Right.
single family?
Yes,
All right. Is it brick, siding, something else?
brick.
All right. How many levels does your sister's house have?
I'm gonna say 3.
And when you walk into the door, just from outside, which level do you enter?
You enter on the second level.
Okay. And do you or your sister sleep on,
Different levels, yes.
okay. Would you describe for the jury or tell the jury, I'm sorry, who all on April 28, 2015 lived at that house?
It had to be my sister,
Mhm.
one her daughter,
Okay.
and me.
And you. Would you tell the jury a little about yourself? Do you have children?
Yes,
How old are they?
my oldest will be 48 in next week, and
Okay.
my baby is 47.
Did either of your kids live at 1428 Adele Avenue?
No,
In April?
No.
All right. Your sister, how many kids does your sister have?
she has 4.
Would you tell the jury first the name and then the age of the 4 children that your sister have?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to relevance.
Your Honor, this is the address that the jury just heard about.
Age of the children.
I can approach as to why I'm doing it that way, but I have a reason and it is relevant.
All right, I'll give you some leeway.
Thank you. Would you tell the jury the name and age of your sister's 4 children?
I think the twins, which is Diamond and Daryl, maybe 27 now,
And that would have made them, what, 18 in
I
2015?
suppose.
Okay. And what's your sister's oldest child's name?
Stacy Adams, and she's 40.
She's 40. So she would have been, would she have been 31 in April of 2015?
I'm thinking yes.
Does your sister have a son, Philip Collins?
Yes,
Does Philip Collins go by the name Philo?
yes,
And would Philip Collins have been around 25 in April 2015?
I will say so.
Did your other siblings have children? Did your other sisters and brothers, did you
Yes.
have other nieces and nephews?
Yes, I
All right. Did any of those other nieces and nephews at any time during April 2015 live at the house with you and your sister?
No,
Did your sister's children, the 4 you just named, Philo, Darren, Diamond, and Stacy, did either of them live at the house besides Diamond in April 2015?
no.
Did they visit the house regularly?
Well, they come by because they want to eat, and I cook a lot for everybody. You know what I'm saying? And it's delicious.
Would you describe for the jury the area of Atlanta that, let me be more specific. Do you know where the Atlanta University Center is?
Yes,
Is 1428 Adele Avenue down the street from Morris Brown College?
I don't want to exactly say down the street, but it's not far
Okay.
from the home.
And is it also close to Spelman, Morehouse, Clark?
Yes,
And also, please describe in the best way that you can, the neighborhood that 1428 Adele Avenue is.
it's a wonderful neighborhood to raise your kids in. It's a wonderful neighborhood. It was not, we felt no danger or anything. It's a nice neighborhood.
is it mostly houses like the one you and your sister lived
You
in?
can object as to relevance, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Does the house itself sit off of of Adele Avenue, or is it in a subdivision?
Well, it's just a street with houses, you know.
How often did your sister's children, either Philo, Darren, or Stacy, visit?
Well,
Objection as to relevance.
There's, Your Honor, I am asking.
Sustained.
Okay.
Asked and answered.
Out of all your nieces and nephews, did you have any other nephew who was 18 in April of 2015?
no,
Okay. And did any of your other nieces and nephews visit your home at 1428 Adele Avenue as often as Cecilia's children did?
no.
Would Cecilia's children visit at least once a week?
Yeah.
Overruled. But
I was
I'm not
trying to be,
seeing the relevance of this right now, so you said you'd get to it.
we are. Okay, thank you, Judge. Ms. Bell, do you remember April 27th and 28th of 2015?
Yes,
Why do you remember that date range?
that was the day that I was shot.
Could you lean into your mic and speak a little louder for this jury? so
That
they
was
hear
the
you?
day that I was shot.
All right. On that particular day, do you remember what day of the week it was?
I want to say a Monday.
Okay.
It was started Monday was, but it probably ended up Tuesday morning.
All right. And did the day involve anything of note before you got shot? Did anything happen?
No, everything was fine.
All right. Do you remember who all was at the house that Monday?
I want to say, I guess, you know, it's me, Cecilia, and her daughter.
All right. Did you all have any kind of concerns for your safety that day?
Not at all.
Do you remember about what time you turned in for the evening?
Well, I usually go to bed kind of late.
What's late for you?
I want to say 12:30, somewhere like that.
And was that particular night any different than any other? Did you go to bed about 12:30?
Yes.
All right. Were any of your nieces or nephews visiting at that time that you went to bed?
No.
Would you describe for the jury where inside the house your bedroom was?
I'm gonna say, like from this desk to that door.
The door at the back of the courtroom?
Yeah, that door.
And so would the door represent the front door of the house?
No,
What does the door represent as far as the house
the
goes?
desk would represent the front door. This would be the front door.
Okay. And so with where you are being the front door, the back door is your room?
I want to say, no, not the back door.
No, I mean
The
the back
door-
door of the courtroom.
Yes.
Was there a straight shot from your room to the front door?
Yes.
Did anybody else stay or sleep on that same level with you?
I think her daughter.
All right. And where did your sister sleep?
She slept upstairs.
Okay. Now, at the time you went to bed, describe from the time you went to bed to the time you remember something happening.
Well, we really didn't do anything, but you know, sometimes we sit up and talk, you know, stuff like that. But we really didn't do anything. I might have had a drink or two before we went to bed, but other than that, other than that,
What was your drink of choice?
vodka.
All right. Did you have it in the kitchen or did you have it in your room?
I had it in my room.
All right. Was it next to your bed?
Yes.
On the floor?
Yes.
All right. So tell the jury, once you went to bed, if you got up at any point before 6 a.m. What do you remember happening from the time you went to bed?
Oh, well, the time I went to bed, anything really happened.
Okay.
Until the doorbell rang.
All right. When the doorbell rang, what'd you do?
I answered the door.
Do you remember about how many people were at the door?
No, I don't.
Was it family or strangers that were at the door?
Well, I would say family, because I wouldn't open the door at 3 o'clock in the morning for a stranger.
Was your, fair enough. Was your sister's 18-year-old son one of the people that was at the door?
It had to be a sibling, yes. Yes, it was.
Okay. And were the other people with your nephew older, younger, or around the same
couldn't
age?
say. I don't know them. Didn't know them.
You,
I didn't even see them.
okay.
Your Honor, excuse me, I'm sorry. Could I have the witness pull the microphone a little bit closer, please?
Yeah, I don't know if the
Your Honor, actually,
problem is it doesn't move, it's stuck.
I maybe I need to move a little closer.
I think that this one has.
Can you repeat, can she repeat that last answer once we got the mic fixed? Try the one on the, well, that one's plugged in. Does anybody have a mic they can donate for a minute?
I'll give her mine. I can talk loud. I'll give her mine. If that's okay. with you.
Okay.
That's fine.
Miss Bell, I'm gonna give you my microphone, and if you could just lean into my microphone, and I'll move these back just so we don't have feedback.
All right, why don't you push that mic down towards her mouth?
I'm a light speaker. I used to didn't be, but I am now.
All right, and ask that last question so they can hear the answer.
Thank you, Judge. Miss Bell, when you heard the doorbell ring at 3:30 in the morning, and you said your 18-year-old nephew came in, did you see the people who were with your nephew? Not recognize them, just did you see anybody else with them?
It may have been, but I didn't pay any attention because once I opened the door and it was somebody that I recognized, I just walked away. I walked away from the door. I didn't really pay any attention. I just walked. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm asleep. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't really pay any attention.
Did the demeanor of your 18-year-old nephew or any of the people who were coming in cause you any concern?
No.
Did they, were they being loud or rowdy or anything like that?
No.
Did they in any way appear angry?
No.
Do you know, or did you recognize what they did once you let them in the house?
No.
Now, do you like guns?
No.
Do you make it known to your nephews and nieces you don't like guns?
Yes.
Do they respect you enough to respect the fact that you don't like guns?
Yes.
All right. So on this day, if it's 3:30 in the morning, was the previous morning was the previous day the Monday, or are we now in a Monday?
The previous day was Monday.
So if it's 3:30 Tuesday morning.
Yes.
Did you see any guns in the hands of anybody that you let in the house at 3:30?
No.
Do you remember what anybody was wearing?
No.
Was there any room on the level that they came into that you saw them go in the direction of?
I didn't pay any attention.
Tell the jury what you did once you let them in the house.
I went back to my bedroom.
How far was your bedroom from where you parted ways with them?
I guess a few feet.
Did you hear anything from them, like anything?
Nothing.
Were you close enough to have heard if they've been arguing or anything?
No.
Were you close enough if they had been arguing to have heard it?
I would have heard it.
All right. Tell the jury once you got back to your room what you did.
I stepped in my room, and by my alcohol being next to my bed, I figured I'd take a drink, but I didn't get a chance to do that.
Why?
Because gunfire rang out. And by then, I was hit. I was hit.
What did you say right before you were hit?
I picked up the ball, and then I put it back down because I was hit.
Did you hear anything before you were hit?
I just probably heard a gunfire, but nothing else.
When you say you were hit, what do you mean?
I was hit by a bullet. I was shot. I just said I was hit instead of shot.
Did you immediately know you had been shot?
Yes.
What happened? How did you feel it? Tell the jury what that was.
Well, actually, I didn't really feel any pain at that time. I was very scared, and I looked into my hallway, which is right my bedroom, the hallway right at my bedroom. So when I turned my back and looked around, the police was already there.
Do you have any idea how long it took you to gather yourself and look around and see the police?
I really didn't have any time.
Did you see when you realized you've been shot, were you able to see if there were any holes in the house for a bullet to have come through? Like, did the bullet, did you see where it came through?
It came through my wall.
Through your what?
My wall.
Do you remember how many shots you heard?
No, I don't.
Did you hear more than one?
Yes.
Do you remember what they sounded like?
It was very loud.
Do you remember whether they were fast?
Fast.
You being way more dignified than me, probably won't do this, but was it or something different?
I really don't remember.
What do you recall doing after you looked around and saw the police officer in the house?
I just stood there by the bed.
By the bed?
I stood by the bed. I never sit down or anything. I just stood there.
Was the police officer inside your bedroom when you looked?
No, he wasn't in my bedroom. He was in the hallway.
Do you recall saying anything?
No, I didn't say anything to him.
Do you remember who all was in the house at that moment where you noticed the police was in the house?
No.
Did you have any idea where your nephew and your nephew's friends were?
No.
What about your sister?
She actually didn't even really see anything or hear anything.
Without talking about what she had seen or heard, I mean, what she was.
Oh, she was upstairs in her bedroom asleep.
Did she come down at any point and join you in your
No,
bedroom?
no, no.
Did you see her interacting with the police?
I don't recall. I didn't see that.
Tell the jury the next things you remember happening.
I remember the ambulance came and they put me on the gurney. And they prepped me as they taking me out the house. Once I was in the ambulance, I really did not know how serious the injuries were. You know what I'm saying? I just didn't really feel any pain until I was operated on. The pain was so excruciating that I wouldn't wish it on nobody.
Were you in the hospital a long time?
I might have been in the hospital maybe a month and a half.
Ms. Bell, would you tell the jury if your neighborhood that you lived in on 1428 Adele Avenue was a neighborhood where younger, or you noticed your neighbors were?
No younger people. No younger people. Most of the residents there were older people. They had already been there for many years.
40 or older, 30 or older?
They was older than that.
Did you notice whether any of them had kids that came often that you saw?
No.
Ms. Bell, I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 5 KK, and forgive me for not knowing the military. Kilo, 5 kilo, through 9 kilo, and a copy Mr. Brown is providing to the defense for them to look at while you're taking a look at 5 kilo through 9 kilo. And just tell me if you recognize the area depicted in these photographs. Looking starting at 5 kilo right here. Do you see 1428 Adele Avenue?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate representation in 5 kilo of what you and your sister's home look like
Yes.
in 2015?
Yes.
What about 6 kilo? Are you able to see the house from that?
Yes.
that too a fair and accurate representation of what the house looked like?
Yes.
in 2015? Looking at 7, 8, and 9 kilo. Do you see 1428 Adele Avenue in each of these photographs?
Not in this one.
Okay. What, and this one is 8 kilo?
Yes.
All right. What about 7 kilo? Do you see y'all's house in that?
Yes.
Does it look like it did in 2015 and 8?
Yes.
What about in 9 kilo?
Yes.
Now, do you see Adele Avenue in 8 kilo?
No.
So. Would 5, 6, 7, and 9 kilo aid you in more clearly telling and testifying to the jury about where things were, like your room and the holes or whatever you saw in the house were located on April 28th?
Ask me that again and understand you.
All right. Do you see anything different about the house at 1428 Adele Avenue in these pictures than the way the house looked in April 2015?
No.
Your Honor, state tenders 5 kilo, 6, 7, and 9 kilo as evidence.
All right, admitted without objection.
Ms. Nye, are you able to help us publish? Okay. Starting with the court's permission, may I publish 5
Nay.
kilo? And this bill is gonna come up on screen in front of you in one time, and just gonna.
Okay.
And we just don't use 5.
All right.
Once we blow it up, do you see where that arrow is in 5 kilo? If we could blow it up a little bit more. And would you describe for the jury which of these houses is 1428 Adele Avenue after we get gray box out of the screen?
The one with the cars in the driveway.
And would you tell the jury, are you able to describe for the jury where the front door of the house is?
The front door would be right there where those bushes.
We'll put the arrow over the bush.
That's the front door.
And is that the door or the different door that you answered at 3:30?
That's the door.
And does that door face Adele Avenue?
Yes.
In relation to that door, would you describe which side of the house your room was on?
Straight.
Straight
through.
back?
Yes.
Were you ever able to see how many bullet holes ended up being in y'all's house that day?
I wouldn't say I seen it that day.
I mean, later on, were you able to see how many bullet holes?
Yes.
Approximately how many did you see?
I never counted them.
Was it more than 3?
Yes.
Do you know if it got up to as many as 10?
I'm not sure.
Do you know if that house had any bullet holes in it before?
No, ma'am.
that day?
Can I have a tissue?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Ms. Bell, had you heard or had you ever experienced gunfire in the, was it 10 years
Yes.
that you lived there before that day?
No.
Do you know, or did you call 911?
No.
Do you have any memory of who, if anyone, called 911 in your house?
No.
Do you remember talking to anybody before the ambulance came? Do you remember having any
No.
conversation? The 911 call. And does your nephew, who at the time was 25, at the time in April 2015, did he have a child himself?
Yes.
Did you know the mother of your 25-year-old nephew's child? And by no, I don't mean like had a relationship with her, I mean, did you know who she was?
I may have seen her.
Did she live, did you know where she lived?
No.
Had you ever visited her
No.
house? Do you know if she lived in an apartment house like y'all's or something different?
I'm not sure.
Are you at all familiar with Drew Drive?
Yes.
How are you familiar with Drew Drive?
Well, everybody knows the old Perry home.
It's the old Perry home. And had you ever driven or gone to that area generally?
No.
Do you have any idea how far it was from where you lived on Adele?
No.
Do you know whether your nephew's child's mother lived?
Objection, Your Honor, as to this, short decision.
Overruled as to that.
Do you know whether your 25-year-old nephew's child's mother lived in that area?
No, I didn't know.
When you say you didn't know, are you talking about in 2015?
At that time, no, I didn't.
Do you now know whether she
I
lived?
did after everything happened.
And in April 2015, can you tell the jury today, in April 2015, did your nephew's child mother live on Drew Drive?
I think so.
You gotta speak.
Yes.
Did you drive at that time?
No.
Did your sister drive?
She drives.
Now, the cars in the driveway of State's 5KK, are those, that's not your car? Is
No.
that your car?
No.
All right. Is that your sister's car?
No.
All right. Do you remember what kind of car your sister drove? April 28th, 2020.
Pacifica.
Pacifica?
Yes.
Is that a van, Chrysler Pacifica
Yeah.
or something? Okay. Do you remember what color it was?
It was like a blue.
Blue?
Yes.
Any idea of whether it was dark, light?
It was like blue.
Okay. Do you know at the time that you were shot, do you know if there were any other cars in your driveway that you remember?
No.
When the ambulance came, do you remember where it was parked when you got in?
No.
Did you ever see any shell casings outside the house?
No, I didn't.
Did you ever see any bullets inside the house?
No.
are you able to tell the jury where in the house you saw a bullet hole? Generally speaking, not necessarily exact places.
I'm gonna say a picture window, which we call a picture window. That's old, but it was a picture window in my bedroom wall.
Do I have, is a picture window like over the sink in the kitchen or something?
No, the picture window, the first window, when,
First one.
at the front door.
Thank you. And did you at all ever see who it was that fired those rounds in y'all's house?
No idea.
Just 1 second. I'm gonna play for you, Ms. Bell, what's already been admitted as Stacy's exhibit. 4 kilo alpha. And if you could tell me if you recognize the voice of the person speaking first after the option.
Put that lead out. I'm going.
Advance to 911, operator 6587, what's the address of your emergency?
Someone just turned a shot on my house and my auntie got shot.
Okay.
And stopping at 14 seconds in. Do you, without saying any names, do you recognize the voice of the person?
I think that's my niece.
The niece that lived with you?
No,
Okay, a different niece?
yes.
Whose child was that niece?
Oh, wait, let me take that back. I'm not sure. They sound alike.
What? All right, we're gonna play a little bit more,
She said-
okay?
Okay, let me hear it again. She said.
Yes, keep playing.
Okay, what's the address?
1428
1428.
Adele Avenue.
I recognize the voice.
You nod your head, so we can pause. Is that the niece that lived with you or a
It
different
needs
niece?
to deal with me.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bell. Just 1 minute. I think that's all I have right now. Thank you.
All right, do any of the defense attorneys have questions for this witness?
On behalf of Ms. Williams, we have no questions.
Anybody? All right, Ms. Bell, thank you for your time and you are excused.
Thank you.
We need a break? Okay, let's take a restroom convenience break. And y'all have your next witness lined up, okay? I'm not sure where Mr. Atkins went, but I just wanted to make sure that the redactions that we talked about previously on those CAD reports got made.
I will forward the information.
So talk to Mr. Atkins about that since those were exhibits he used.
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything else? Ma'am? Did somebody else say something? Okay. All right, let's take our recess, be back in whenever the jury's back. 10 minutes or so.
Approaching and give you this and see if I got it made.
Okay. get done, and we'll pick back up tomorrow with the jury again. So sorry about witnesses, you said. Okay. All right, we'll be in recess till 2.
that the only area? I know this one. Okay.
Get together and get some things settled to get on the same page with exhibits and things? Do
With-
we have any kind of?
With the exhibits, I spoke with Mr. Adams and we agreed to exchange physical copies at 2. That was the suggestion. And so we're gonna do that. I did have an opportunity to speak preliminarily with some of the attorneys about the other matters.
Okay.
And so those are, we're working on
Okay.
those.
Good.
And Miss Knight is headed over with the last page of the exhibits that we have, and we're gonna exchange the two and we can continue to compare.
Okay. All right. So if we're not quite ready to go through that, which it doesn't really make much sense to do before y'all have had a chance to see what you are on the same page about, then do we want to maybe keep going through the wiretap evidence, or, because y'all were gonna also get together on some of the Mr. Ryan evidence, so I'll give y'all a chance to do that as well.
Right. I've only done part of that.
Yeah, no, I know. And I mean, I was gonna give you some, I know that we're having this unexpected non-jury day, so I don't expect y'all to have already accomplished all of that, but I don't want us to just waste time since we're here already. So one thing we can do is just skip over that one issue that you asked for a little more time on, and, oh, but you also haven't really had time to narrow down what else you think is on here. Okay, so what do we still need to look at that is not this either, but that is evidence? I didn't think about that.
I'll let them respond. I'll send it there.
I'm listening. When you said not this either, what is? Oh, sorry. So the list of all of the various parts of the wiretaps that the state wanted to introduce, remember yesterday I encouraged them to further narrow that down, and obviously they haven't had a chance to do that yet either. So I don't want us to go over things that we might not ultimately need to be discussing.
I'm just putting this on the radar. I don't have any anticipation that the state is ready to do this today, but I'm just, for my periodic reminder, there's issues with my client's cell phone was extracted, and there's issues with any texts or any information extracted from my client's cell phone. That was in 2022, so that's involving the Chamal drinks case. I brought that up a couple of times, and the state said that they're going to identify those items. They haven't yet. I'm not complaining. I'm just trying to replace that on the radar for some later time.
Okay.
And Your Honor, I just want to make certain it's just the identification. There's not like a suppression or anything motion on the
You just
table.
want to know what all they're going to use.
I did move to suppress the search of my client's phone, but that was denied by Judge Glanville. So, there's just a lot on my client's phone that has nothing to do with this case. There's bad character stuff.
Well, I would hope if it has nothing to do with the case, that the state doesn't intend to use it, but
From my perspective, it has nothing to do with the case. I'll put it like that. And so at some point, anything that the state plans to use as far as text messages, things of that nature, that needs to be litigated.
all right, when can the state do that?
I think that in the same way we're doing with Mr. Ryan, we can schedule, Mr. Sharton and I can talk about when he's available and we can actually go through it whenever, like this weekend.
I'm trying to buff Ms. Love's offer to sit down with her, but it would just be.
It doesn't have to be
helpful.
me, just somebody.
Well,
Ms.
it's
Hilton.
not you, it's just, if the state could just identify what they plan on using, and then I could look at their list and then figure out.
Okay,
thoughts
so
on it.
can you get,
About Ms. Love personally, it's just sitting down with anyone going through my client's phone. I just think if they go through it and figure out what they want to use and let me know, then.
and then you can maybe, okay. Sort of like y'all done with some of the other things. So if you can, when can you provide to Mr. Shart the proposed list, I guess?
We need at least to try and whittle it down. We need at least through next week. So no sooner
All
with.
right. So by next Friday, you could do that?
Can we have until the next Monday?
By the following Monday,
Yes,
the 23rd?
yes.
Okay.
That's fine. And Your Honor, these are probably when I think about it, the sequence of charged acts, these are at the very end. So if we're going
Well,
sequentially.
I mean,
would
that's
assume-
fine, but
Yeah, I'm
we
just-
still have to do it at some point, and so probably the sooner they can get it done and get it to you, and you can, y'all can maybe agree to certain things, maybe not, I don't know, but then we will have it available to litigate whenever we do have another non-jury day. So
Absolutely.
thanks for getting that put on the list. Appreciate it.
Yes, Your Honor.
What else are we gonna still need to look at? What other kind of buckets of evidence that we haven't discussed yet?
Not the wiretap. Phones. I'm thinking, Judge.
Okay. And I mean, one thing we had done at some point, and I don't know if we got all the way through it, but the state had provided everybody with this order of proof and exhibits. Did we get all the way through that? Because that might help trigger, oh, this is something we're gonna need to litigate. If y'all got those available, maybe we could look a little bit further through those.
I can get a copy and just, for the court's awareness, we just got those printouts that I'm gonna exchange with Mr. Adams, if we can be allowed to, the exhibit list printouts that I referenced
Okay.
earlier.
Yeah, I don't think we'd gone all the way through this. Y'all aren't actually doing the comparison right now, are you? Okay, are y'all gonna be finished with whatever it is you are doing soon? Okay. Okay. So if everybody has access to that list that the state had provided a while ago with their kind of a chart of the witness testimony and exhibits, I don't think we went all the way through it, and that might help everybody to think about if there are other types of evidence that we're going to need to still handle kind of motions in limine on. I know we'd gotten through at least proposed witness 24, maybe 26. But I don't know if we'd gotten much further than that. Let me know when y'all all have it. Okay. So if we're on page 6 at the top with Turner, I would assume y'all have seen all the crime scene photos. Do y'all know, do you, the state, know which ones you're intending to use?
So page 6.
I mean, have y'all gotten together on things like that? Like, okay, here are the, 25 or 10 or whatever crime scene photos that are going to be used with crime scene tech Turner, and
I don't believe that, our team has gotten with the defense on those.
Okay.
There is we had been, and we advised them that we had been told since 2022, I think, that there was a set of photos from Adele Avenue that we didn't have. They said it was lost in the hack. We have been persistent, and Mr. Brown
Mhm.
has somehow or another gotten somebody to put their hands on a flash drive that has photos in it that he received this morning from APD. We have the emails from between all of us requesting that they go find some physical copies. We brought this to the court and defense's attention several weeks, maybe a couple of months back, that we didn't have them. They said they didn't have them, and but we just kept asking, and somehow somebody found a flash drive. I
That
mean,
happens
I can't make it
sometimes.
up, but he has them, and I don't know that he's sent copies of them, but we can have copies brought over. That's just a matter that, since we're in the middle of that, I think they need to have and see.
Okay.
And so we'll bring that over as well if it's not already been sent over via a link. It may have been sent over via a Dropbox link.
Okay.
But we've not yet gone over the individual pictures and told the defense which ones we will and will not use. I can get the prosecutor who will be Mr. Brown. I can get him over here, and we can have a conversation with a member of the defense, just one, so they can share that, because he's already taken those out and just made
Okay.
that decision.
Can you have a member of your team go ahead and reach out to him, and can he maybe come over today?
Yes, and yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And we honestly may not have gone witness by witness up to page 6. So if you look back and see something on the first 5 pages that we haven't covered yet, that y'all feel needs to get litigated, let me know. Or if you don't yet know kind of more specifically what that evidence is going to be and need to, let me know.
Okay. I'm reviewing that now.
And for all of the photos, like with Miss Bell today, you introduced, I think, 4, but you only used 1. I mean, to the extent, you can continue that sort of thing where it's not cumulative, then that's fantastic.
Okay.
Thank you for doing that.
Yes, you're welcome. Thank you. There is one witness whose attorney I'll just apprise the court and counsel that may be coming up. Mr. Arnold, I've been in touch with his Miss Merchant, and so that I see that on the list of might sprinkle exhibits if it's necessary for impeachment.
Can y'all hear her?
I'm sorry. I've just been in touch with one of the co-defendants' attorneys. I see his interview on Mr. Sprinkle's list of exhibits if it's necessary to use. because I've been talking with her about him coming up relatively soon. I have not gone over his interview. I don't think we've gone over his interview at all, but it would only be used for impeachment purposes in any event. But if that's something that I'll have to discuss with the defense in terms of things that they believe that are, impermissible, inadmissible, but that's something that's on the radar.
Okay.
So can I inquire? And I believe I'm looking at the same document as everyone else. For number 8, Michael Sprinkle, it says jail calls, pictures of infinity, social media, and interviews. When we're saying interviews, Mr. DA Sprinkle is kind of a unique witness in this case because he's a DA, but he also, I think it's fair to say, he fulfilled a certain investigatory role mid-investigation. However, he wasn't sitting when it says interviews.
Let's get some clarification on that. Are these interviews that Mr. Sprinkle conducted of people, or what are these?
Yes, and it's also detailed in the report that we provided that he gave that 146 page report. So there are interviews that law enforcement conducted in 2015 and 16 that he would not have been a part of as a result of further investigation that he did. He would have gone out to speak with some of those same witnesses again. And those are the only ones that he would be speaking to.
Okay, so the state
Interviews that he was in, like it says 2017, like for impeachment if necessary.
Are y'all looking at a different?
That's what I'm wondering, because I don't see specific, it just says interviews.
I don't see a date or anything.
Okay.
Maybe if you've got a more detailed exhibit and witness list by now, maybe share that with us.
I do. It has some notes on
Okay.
here, so, but I will say it out loud if that's okay.
Okay, yeah, no, that's fine. So ours just says jail calls, pictures of infinity, interviews, social media. It doesn't specify.
Thank you. And I thank Mr. Shard as well for that, bringing that to my attention. So the Quindarius Zachary 2017 interview, if necessary, the Martinez Arnold 2017 interview.
Okay, so my concern was simply this. We're on the same page that he's not going to be commenting on interviews that he simply reviewed to bring himself up to speed before beginning his work.
It doesn't sound like it.
Okay.
These are interviews that he was a part of.
Right.
Okay. So maybe interview, maybe not the best word, but
If he conducted it, if he was a part of it, then for impeachment purposes, he would be the one that would be impeaching the witness if necessary.
And it would be only for witnesses that have already testified.
Correct.
yeah,
yes,
okay.
ma'am.
So he's actually a little bit out of order. Well, no, I guess not. I don't know. So Arnold, Zachary, and whom else?
We have Kenya Morton, if we call her. She has been listed as an alibi witness for Mr. Kendrick. So we may just let him put her up, but we haven't, she's on here. So we can still discuss items within that interview that may need to be dealt with or redacted. So that's 3.
All right, but yes, so these would be only after they testify and for impeachment.
Absolutely.
If you don't just use the interviews to impeach them while they're on the stand.
Right.
Okay. And then, do we know whose jail calls?
We have Mr. Arnold's, Mr. Bradford's, Mr. Stillwell's, Mr. Sledge's. I think we have dealt with the ones from Mr. Sledge while he was. We dealt with the one I think that we were dealing with Mr. Sledge. And in Mr. Sprinkle's report, he referenced specific ones as it relate to Mr. Arnold, Bradford, and Stillwell. But what we'll do is go through those that's another conversation we have to have and inform counsel for defendants, specifically those jail calls as well. So right now, what I'm looking at that we need to do from Mr. Sprinkle is go over the 3 interviews that potentially he could testify about if necessary, and just deal with any items that maybe need to be addressed, redacted, dealt with, and the jail calls from Mr. Arnold, Bradford, and Stillwell. I think we also had social media pics, but I think we got Mr. Bradford's social media pics in through Mr. Copeland. And we also got the social media pictures regarding Mr. Kendrick in already through one of the witnesses that have already testified. So outside of that, and I think we also got the post with Mr. Garlington and Mr. Williams with the "we're not going back and forth" in already. Those are the.
So there's no social media left that he'd be talking about then. Okay, so we can cross that one off. Okay. So going back then to page 1 with Mr. Zachary, have we dealt with everything we need to deal with for him? Social media, jail calls, and interview?
Let me check our bucket that we've provided. Hold on.
I can answer for the interviews. We have reviewed the interviews on the cursory level for bad character, those sorts of things. Now, my stance is that those out-of-court statements should not be played unless there's a proper foundation. So, of course, we still have that issue, and that won't be resolved until we hear what Mr. Zachary's testimony is. But we have reviewed those statements.
I thought
for
so.
The other stuff.
And jail calls and social media, yes or no?
View on the 2017, March, I believe, 3rd, 2017 interview of Mr. Zachary. There was one part that the Honorable Court, I think, redacted that I would like you to reevaluate if it becomes necessary. I understand it's all premature, but there's one section on one page that I would like to, I plan on, if it's ripe, cross-examining Mr. Zachary on it and then impeaching him if he says something different.
Okay.
I could give you the page
Do
if
you
you
know
want.
what day was this that week in August that we had the non-jury week that we would have reviewed that stuff? Okay.
Your Honor, can would the court please allow Mr. Steele to just tell us the statement or generally a summation of which one he's talking about?
Yeah, I'm sure he would do that for us. All right, I see Zachary's social media postings. We went through all of that. Was this wasn't one of these things on these big, Zachary, these things? No, that's, yeah. Okay. So can you direct me a little more specifically now that I've got that in front of me?
Of course. Your Honor, this is the 2017 proper.
All right, hang on. The one I've got says 2015. Yeah.
If you need a copy, we can, I'm sure, give you one.
I would have thought I had a copy if we've already been through it. Maybe I just looked at it online. I don't know. Mm. Would this have been in one of the evidence reviewer links, maybe, that the state sent?
Interview was not on evidence reviewer.
Okay,
It was, what's they were the MP3s? They were MP3 files and it was an audio. I honestly don't remember us playing the audio of this in court. I think we were mostly working off the transcripts.
is this, okay. So I've got his August 5th, 2015 interview.
That's the evidence reviewer
Okay.
one.
And then I've got a list that I think you put together was kind of page and line objections that I
Right.
think was to the 2017 one.
That's the one that
Okay.
Mr. Steele is referring to.
All right. So I ought to have a transcript of it somewhere, but where that is at this point, I'm not quite sure.
Helps. It's a words express transcript. It's not one of the ones that the state produced. The transcripts, there's some look one way, some look the other one. This one is a words express transcript. And it's 262 pages.
All right, well, honestly, instead of me taking time trying to find it in some electronic file, if y'all have got a copy of it that I can borrow, that would work as well. Thank you.
This is the one that's 275 pages? Okay, just because I know we have multiple transcripts by different transcribers, if they would just, if the court would allow them to just send to the state as well, the one they're referring to.
Mr. Howell, can you send it to Miss Love as well when you hit send? Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes.
I think that the extra microphone on the witness
Might be what's causing it. Okay. And Mr. Howell, did you send it directly to me or through my law clerk?
I did not send it to the court.
It's-
I sent it to Max because I didn't have your email.
Okay, that's fine.
I was going to send it to Miss. I don't have her.
That's fine. She's listening in, so. Ms. Persfield, when you get it, you know to just forward it to me.
And I just sent one. I think I found the one. And so I just sent it to everyone as well. So including the court, if that's the right one. They can let me know if it's not the one they're using.
Okay, well, I've got the one that Ms. Love just sent. That's June 14, 2017, and it's word expressed. So I think that's the same transcript.
Should be March 3rd. Hold on, let me see.
That was the date of the transcription.
Date of transcription, yes, okay, that. Okay, anyway, so now that.
If we could just get that date, that page and lines that Mr. Steele referred to so that I can go straight to it.
I believe it's, I know it to be page 39, lines 14 through 20. And this honorable court has preliminarily excluded that unless a foundation is laid. And I just wanted to, while we're talking about information, I just wanted to tell you that I was going to seek to lay the foundation. That's
Your Honor, unless my memory is incorrect, I don't think that this was a foundational issue. I guess the record will most accurately reflect what it was that it was excluded on, but I don't believe that this was an issue about foundation. Line 14 through 20 on page 39.
Well, I mean, if it was a foundational issue and you can lay the foundation, then that takes care of that. Okay. Okay. Ms. Love, do you have a?
I don't have my notes on that hearing that we had that Mr. Steele is referring to, so I don't have at hand the court's ruling or anything that I can make a definitive statement about it on. Not that.
Okay.
I'll have to search through that. I don't have those notes. I'm gonna check with the team.
Your Honor, I reviewed my notes from that day.
Okay.
For page 39.
What day was it? That would help me.
August 6th, 2022.
August 6th. Okay.
Court has to take to sort out the argument.
Say it again. Pick up the mic and say it.
Court has to state, sort out their argument on this and get back to the court.
Ah, well, there we go.
We may be on the same page. At the time, I was trying to figure out what was based on personal knowledge versus hearsay, and the state was arguing either personal knowledge or statements of a co-conspirator. So at the time, on August 6th, the state was seeking to admit this evidence. And so that's why they were supposed to circle back. But now as trials progress, Mr. Steele is saying he wants to use it. So that's why the state was supposed to get back.
Okay. Does that ring a bell, Ms. Love?
A small one. I'm just going through our notes on that.
Okay.
No, I didn't bring the, and you ain't gonna put the money on there. Yeah, so I'm not gonna let you put this in here. You gotta make it hotter. You gotta turn it around.
I think I just can't.
You wanna keep it on, right? Maybe just hold on. Just let it go. I see. Give me some of that. Hold on. All right, can you feel it? Yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying. They thick, it's a tripper. Let me see.
Well, states still think they want that in, and if not, if the defense gets it in, they'll have an issue with that, or
I'm reading, just the area before it and the area right after it,
right.
because I just want to make sure that we don't have an issue with it.
okay.
And Your Honor, it's also gonna, to some extent, rely on, that's the reason I'm just searching through that portion. Can you get some more details? I know she kept it. I'm seeing the text, but she. Your Honor, as to, page 39, lines 14 and 20, they hearken back to page 38, lines 11. The context of that, I think, at the very least, starts on page 38 at line 11. And in that, the soon-to-be-called witness is informing the detectives about someone's opinion regarding who shot up a certain location. And that is listed on page 38, lines 11 through 12. All of that is speculation and the witness sharing with detectives what somebody else thought happened. And so as you get to lines 21 through 24 on page 38, when asked explicitly whether that happened, the witness says, I don't know. So as we get further down, the witness is then asked, have you heard who may have done that? And the witness says he was locked up with the boy that was charged with it. And then ADA Sprinkle says, yeah, but I mean, do you think he did? Did he tell you that he did? The witness says, no, he said he didn't do it because the witness's cousin was supposed to make a statement on it or something, but it was the wrong girl. He said he didn't do it though. And then they get into, let's talk about, who shot Kelvin Watts in Mechanicsville?
Right, and I think that's the part that Mr. Steele was saying, if he can lay the foundation, he wants to get into, right, Mr. Steele?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Ms. Love.
Okay, I remember this argument. So if there's no objection from anybody else, I don't think that we have one to.
Okay, well, Mr. Steele, do you think that, is your plan to kind of ask some foundational questions to think that it's already enough here in this transcript?
I think it may be enough, but I will ask foundational questions.
Okay. I mean, it seems
If
like,
needed, I'll ask him first about it, and I won't use the transcript. And then if he says something different, I'll say, did you say this but I'll lay a foundation
Okay,
before
I
I
mean,
answer the
that's-
first question.
And Your Honor, I obviously, if it's established that he has a basis for knowledge that does not consist of what somebody else might have said some other time that we don't know about, and he doesn't have personal knowledge of it, if it's not that situation, but he does have a basis for it, unless there's some other valid objection, then there's nothing that I can, complain about right now.
All right,
If there's an objection, we'll make it at the time, but I don't see anything right now.
okay. Thank you. Okay, so back to Mr. Zachary. The interview would only be for impeachment, and have we gone through all of his social media and jail calls that might get utilized?
I thought we had gone through his
I mean, I thought we had to.
social media,
just checking.
very least.
I mean, it looks to me like we definitely went through his social media postings and made the evidentiary determinations about that. But I don't know if we did jail calls or not.
I don't recall going through any jail calls.
Okay, so are there jail calls that you might intend to utilize? Isn't he coming up pretty soon? Potentially,
Potentially. Yes.
okay.
And so I think that any of Zachary's jail calls would only be used to impeach Zachary if we needed to use Zachary's jail calls.
All right.
So right now,
Okay, so that would just be, if it happens to come up, we'll just roll with it at the time, I guess. Unless obviously if you know of something that you think is going to be an issue,
right.
then just kind of alert us outside the jury's presence.
I
But
can do that.
otherwise, that'll just be a trial issue. Okay. And then the next witness on this sheet is Detective Thorpe. And I think y'all were gonna get together on the part of Mr. Kendrick's interview that might come in on redacting it for any potential Bruton issues. Did y'all get a chance to do that yet?
what my memory is, Your Honor, was that I know I said that I would be asking Detective Thorpe questions rather than trying to play all of that. And there were maybe portions where Mr. Kendrick talked about where he was on January 10th.
Okay, yeah,
2015,
no,
that
I'm looking
part I
now.
would
We
let-
did. Okay, so we just went through what was okay and what wasn't. Okay. All right, so there aren't any outstanding issues then for him.
There was one thing, and I don't think that it's on here, but we were trying to put our finger on it within our team because we had identified a call between Mr. Kendrick and Miss Morton, where Mr. Kendrick, from our listening of it, seemed to be essentially trying to establish an alibi. And it seemed, I'll be clear, he said, I was with you. I was with you. And she says something to the effect of, yeah, you were with me. You were with me.
Mhm.
And I wanted to put Mr. Weinstein and his team on notice. He's not here. So, but Mr.
Well,
Howell,
yeah.
Mr. Howell
And his team.
and his team on notice that there is that call that is in the calls that were served in 2022, but we are wanting to identify the exact date and time to extract the MP4 so that they have it. But
All right.
we have it identified, it's just locating it in the large bucket of calls. But that is one that we know that we will end up playing.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay.
And we're still regarding the custodian of records. I know that we've probably beaten this horse, but there's still no stipulation regarding those. Nobody wants to stipulate as to, okay.
Doesn't sound like it. If anybody reconsiders on that front, please let the state know. All right, so with Mr. Sprinkle, with the jail calls for Arnold, Bradford, Stillwell. The defense has them all, right?
Yes, and I believe that they're in the bucket of exhibits that we provided to them. I'm confirming that.
Yes, sir.
On the subject of jail calls, I know we changed, we went away from this topic, but the state mentioned Quindarius Zachary jail calls. From my recollection in the discovery, I don't believe we've ever been served Quindarius Zachary jail calls. I do know, I'm more certain that the state has never identified any sort of group of calls that maybe they may be interested in bringing into this case. So if there are some calls, if we haven't been served them, which I don't believe we have, I would ask that they be excluded. But if there are some calls into discovery, I would just ask that they're identified before, like, right when the state wants to bring them in, because we're going to have to review them. I know that Your Honor said, when that comes up, we'll get to it and we'll discuss it. I just don't want to be in a situation where I'm hearing about a jail call of Mr. Zachary's for the first time in court. And then
Well,
having it,
certainly if y'all don't have them, then that's an issue, but let's find that out.
All of the jail calls have been served. Everything, all of our jail calls for especially Mr. Zachary, which would have been those that we had around 2015. And I'll go look and point to specific things, but again, I have not identified any particular calls of his that we intend to use, and we wouldn't be introducing anything except for impeachment purposes. And his statements, the summaries of his interviews and transcripts of his interviews have all been provided. Obviously, people get on the stand and their memories, stuff happens with them. So.
Okay, so do you happen to know like what tranche of discovery it would have been?
Judge, what I was doing at the moment, Mr. Shar asked that question, is I was actually trying to get the answer to
All right, we'll give you a minute.
calls regarding Mr. Bradford and Mr. Arnold that are listed under Mr. ADA Sprinkle. And those were the January.
Bradford and Arnold, we got that. I'm talking about Zach.
The court made the inquiry, so I was trying to.
Okay, so through Sprinkle, it would be Arnold, Bradford, and Stillwell, and that's it. Jail calls. potentially?
I believe it would be, those are the ones that we have identified so far. Yes, those are the ones that we intended. There were only, I think, 5. And I paused because I was now looking at okay, there they are. So the January 11, 2015 call between Martinez Arnold and Javaris Bradford. The January 10th, 2015 call of Martinez Arnold at 7:42 p.m. The January 10th, 2015 call at 8:18 p.m. and the January 17th, 2015 call at 7:17 p.m. Those are the ones that we have provided that we intended to introduce through ADA Sprinkle. Now, as to the follow-up question that Mr. Sharp just asked about, and that the court inquired about, the Zachary jail calls were served in they are in July of 2022 under the jail calls folder.
Okay,
July 6, 2022 at 9:16 a.m. So the first discovery service, and it's in the folder called Zachary, Quindarius.
all right. So that ought to help y'all locate it to review or re-review.
Could we just ask, as soon as the state identify, and I understand that they're saying for impeachment at this time, but as soon as they identify what they want to use, that they let us know. So we're not, I just don't want to litigate in court while the jury's here, just like.
The court,
And I appreciate that.
the court instructed us to alert the court and counsel outside the presence of the jury if that need arises. The court does have periodic breaks, and we intend to do that without.
I mean, I imagine it would be kind of hard to know before you know how he's going to testify, but is it a large volume of calls?
One moment to look at it, approximately how many. And to be clear, I know the subjects, I know the questions, generally speaking. I don't have a script of his responses. And so it is almost impossible to, at this point, predict which, if any, would be impeaching, because as everyone has witnessed, sometimes answers are non-responsive and not true at the same time. So it's just, I'll look through Mr. Zachary's calls to see if there's any one that contains something that's not in a statement or a summary.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so then I think that with regard to Mr. Sprinkle and what evidence would come in through him, we've gone through that. And then we've got cell phone custodians. I think we already talked about Mr. Burney. Which brings us to either Voss or, is it Wetzel? Is that how you say that? Weitzel? And I assume.
And it wasn't Voss. We had said Vanna Kelly. There was.
Oh, right. What,
And there-
Kelly?
Right,
Because
and
Voss is the one.
there is one outstanding matter before, I think, at least a week before. I don't have the notes that I had called about. I'm checking now to see if they've been sent recently, but there were. So the court had asked us whether she had provided a separate report.
Right.
And what the GBI told us that we informed counsel for the defendants is that she not just peer reviewed, but she verified the results that Mr. Voss obtained. And her notes were what I requested from the GBI. Normally they're pretty fast, and I'm just checking to make sure that they have not sent them and I just missed it. But I'm going to also follow up.
All
with a
right, so
call.
either, if you do have the email, just send that on, and if not, follow up. Okay. So that's all that's outstanding for that. Okay, Officer Atha, that's just, that doesn't look like anything particularly. You'll just pick which pictures are necessary. Same with Sanders. And Smith, that evidence already came in, right? With Sledge.
Yes, actually,
Okay.
she, that video from
Yeah.
that one, the one video did,
Okay.
yes.
And then we've done Miss Latner's, and Miss Bill. And Pitts is just gonna be testimony.
Pitts' testimony and some of those pictures that we talked about earlier today, that we, if we've not sent a link over, that we're gonna be providing to them, those are the 1428 ADL Avenue pictures. If the court would indulge. Can you confirm? So we have identified 9, I think, out of several from 1428 Adele Avenue that we intend to use.
Okay. With Pitts. Am I understanding you correctly?
Let me confirm.
Okay.
Just one moment.
So Ms. Love, while we're waiting for your colleague to return, just let me generally say that with all of the crime scene photos, just make sure that you look through and narrow it down to what you need. I know that just as an example on the, and I did find you had given us a more detailed sheet with regard to at least, maybe the first 15 or so of the next witnesses, maybe more, with details about which evidence you were going to use. And I know, like, for one of them, there's like side view of XYZ gun, front view of XYZ gun, other side of XYZ gun, which may be significant for some reason. And of course, if it is, then let's use all of those pictures. But if it's not, and you can use one picture instead of three, just with the number of witnesses and the amount of evidence we have, if one will do instead of three, let's do one.
Yes, Your Honor. And there may be instances where we tender and, this many and publish two.
Exactly, just like you did with Miss Bell. All right,
Thank you.
and if you are going to tender this many, and especially with the crime scene text, just, hand them the whole stack.
Definitely.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, while we have a minute, can I ask, can we go back to number 23 on page 6? It says
Ye-
Tyrone Dennis.
Yes.
The second check or second box thing says overall investigation of crimes of YSL between January 2015 and December 2015. I don't know what exactly the state means by that. Summary witnesses, my understanding, are frowned upon. We missed Investigator Dennis previously, when Judge Glanville was the judge in this case. There was a easel with pages being flipped where he was listing all these different shootings and saying what was gang related, what wasn't gang related, or really just what was gang related. And kind of going through a timeline of a bunch of different acts of violence. I don't think at this point, if it's targeted to something, I'd be interested to know what the state is trying to get from Investigator Dennis at this point. But just like another recap of everything that was going on. I mean, we objected the first time, and we still don't believe it was appropriate. But to do that again, it's just, we're kind of retreading the same summary of this case. And the jurors, they're smart, they get it. And so I just don't think that would be appropriate.
Okay, well, I'll inquire. I'm sure you're not going to just put him up for a recap of what he's already testified to. What's going to be new?
Your Honor, we're not putting him up through for a recap. What we gave on that sheet of paper was a generalization. If, as for instance, he was allowed to talk about his investigation. He was qualified as a gang expert, and many of the incidents that he investigated, he was able to gain information pertaining to some of the facts that he testified about. Some of the things that he was able to testify about. He also actively, like I said, participated in the investigation. So he, as a fact witness, was able to testify about those things as well. As the court sees what the court doesn't know or wasn't there when he touched on the fact that after Donovan Thomas's murder, they went back and they saw that there were incidents that occurred that appeared to be act and reaction from certain groups of people. And then after the Donovan Thomas murder, that there were a series of retaliatory shootings. He did not go deep into them. There were incidents that were listed that we are now presenting evidence of. At the time, there were objections to him talking about his investigation into those crimes. We alerted the court. We're going to put up evidence of those crimes. This particular one we did today is one of them.
Right.
So in as much as he gave a broad overview of, what things they saw occur. And that is at this address, there was a shooting. Then there was this shooting at this address. To the extent that there are details that are going to be brought out or that are challenged on cross-examination, those sorts of things that were not ever talked about before will be talked about with Detective Dennis this go round. This will not be a rehashing, of a summary. That's not necessary. That would be a waste of time. This is going to be information that either he's not testified about or someone challenges another person on cross about. I don't think that at this point we can actually say, hey, this is all the stuff that we're going to talk about. We do know that it's going to encapsulate that area, that span of time that we listed for the defense in the court on that sheet.
Well, Your Honor,
Yes.
let me say this. I'm seeing these 4/28/15 shootings. I'm seeing on the state's list here, they're saying committed by Demekion Garlington, Antonio Sledge, Quindaria Zachary, and Shannon Stillwell. There is no evidence other than Mr. Zachary in his proffer trying to get better sentence, saying that Mr. Stillwell was there. There's absolutely no evidence, no phone records, no other witnesses, no ballistics that link to Mr. Stillwell. There is nothing that puts Mr. Stillwell in that case. My concern, and he wasn't charged either.
Okay.
What I don't want is, I don't know what Mr. Zachary, where he is, if we're going to hear from him, if we're not. But what I am going to have a motion if somehow Mr. Stillwell, through investigator Dennis or some other witness that has no first-hand knowledge of anything, starts trying to bring my client into the 4/28/2015 shootings. And from the discovery, the only person that says that is Mr. Zachary when he was, trying to get himself out of trouble. And if Mr. Zachary says that, I will deal with that on cross-examination. But until Mr. Zachary says that, investigator Dennis should not have anything to say about that.
All right.
Your Honor, the state, we are well aware of what the rules of evidence allow and don't allow. We will adhere to those. And as it relates to the evidence that we tender to prove the facts of this case as relates to each of these defendants, we will comply with and follow the rules of evidence. And I think that at this point, to efforts to sort of restrict what someone believes we may do is, at the very least, it would be a waste of time. It would make no sense for us to try and introduce through a witness we intend to put up a statement through someone else, through Detective Dennis, a statement of Zachary before Zachary ever testifies. That's wrong.
All right,
We're not
good.
going to do that.
I mean, that's
So-
good. I don't mind somebody alerting everybody to that as a potential issue. And I appreciate that you say that of course you're not going to do anything like that. Okay. Yes.
On that, over objection, Detective retired Detective Dennis did testify as what I'd call a summary witness. But the court needs to know that we never received an expert report for some of these people, not Miss Bell, who just testified, and those reports that we have on that incident on April 28, 2015, that found her to unfortunately, tragically be shot. A lot of what the Detective Dennis previously testified is total confrontation clause. I don't even know who he spoke with. He just spoke with people, interrogated people, interviewed people called them up, CIs. I have no idea if there was hope or benefit. And I think that's what Mr. Shart is getting to, because that's already happened. It's over objection, and I don't want it to happen again. And also, summary witnesses are not favored. That's the United States versus Perry, Perry. And that's 35F 4th. It's at 293. It's in Division 3, 5th Circuit, 2022. Specifically, again, we caution the government not to rely on improper summary witness testimony. So I would also join in that same objection. And I understand it's a pre-objection, but.
Okay. Thank you. And actually, I think that Ms. Love had shared with everybody, she had gotten through about, I don't know, it's not numbered, but 7 or so pages. Witnesses at the time, they were 81 through 110 with more detail than what's here of exactly what she thought the evidence was going to be at the time she put it together. And for Detective Dennis, he's on the last page of that, she's got listed the specific evidence that she, at least at the time she was putting it together, thought he was going to be. And it doesn't, other than the PowerPoint, which has essentially been ruled out, it doesn't look like it's kind of summary testimony. Is that fair, Ms. Love?
Yes, and also I think that as I'm getting updates from team members who are also signed on, that in the Dropbox that I believe that we provided, we have, with even more specificity, photographs of Zachary and Copeland with guns, found at the Dunbar Center and at the Zachary arrest. And I think that this is something that has already been touched on. It's not, the court is correct, in short.
Okay.
We've been more specific.
Okay. Okay, sure. All right, so did you come back with further information? I think we had paused on something and.
We did, okay. So we have from Adele Avenue, there are several photos that we are still narrowing down that we got today. We will provide both all of those photos as well as the ones we intend to tender as evidence. My notes say that they are in the Dropbox link that 88 Atkins shared under CST Turner, but I don't know, my notes don't say that we have or have not sent them over to counsel for defense and to the court, so I'm confirming that. Okay. We have 15 additional photos and a floor plan for 1903 Drew Drive that is being sent over shortly as well. Let me confirm whether that Dropbox link was shared internally or with everyone. Just a moment.
Can't hear you without the mic. I'm sorry.
If they're looking for a recent email, I'm just trying to help. We haven't received anything from the prosecution team.
Okay.
I am being informed that the Dropbox link that everyone has been updated with those items.
Oh, okay. So just, can you tell which Dropbox link it is? Because I know there are several.
The one with the 30 witnesses that has this particular witness on it.
Okay. Okay, great. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
What is this or proof and exhibits list? We were on witness number 21, Officer Pitts, and that's, I think, when we stopped to sort out the issue with the new photographs from Adele Avenue. And so moving on, we just talked to the next page, witness 26, Detective Dennis, we've just talked about. Talked before, the number 87LL, was that the PowerPoint that we have already dealt with? I don't know.
What is the court's note regarding
87LL or 871L? I should write more detail in my notes.
1 second, Judge.
You know what? It was the PowerPoint. We've dealt with that. So that's fine. Okay. All right, so turning the page, we've got Mr. Arnold, his plea agreement, potential jail calls and social media, and the jail calls would again only be, y'all are having him testify, planning to?
Correct.
So that would be, is that gonna be anything other than potential impeachment?
No,
Okay.
I think that.
And those would have been the same jail
the co-
calls that were listed under Sprinkle also?
Well, yes, I was gonna say, yes, and the one in particular that I'm thinking about as I play it in my mind, whether it would be this particular one on January the 10th would be considered impeachment. It was right after the murder of Donovan Thomas, and it involved Mr. Bradford, a call from Mr. Arnold to Mr. Bradford.
Okay.
So it's a call that the state may tender on its own. I think it's one that the conversation needs to be heard. I think it's something that can't be captured in a
Okay.
examination and a response.
All right. So is that one that we need to litigate anything about? Yes.
It's-
The defense thinks so, so I guess we need
Okay.
to litigate it. There doesn't sound like there's agreement. Okay. Is that something we can do now?
I just, if I could hear the specific objection so that I could respond appropriately. Mr. Whomever said that is correct. It is a 15-minute call, but
Okay.
I believe.
I'd ask the court just to allow us to know specifically the objection to it since the call has been identified.
There's different people. Mr. Arnold is in custody, by the way, Your Honor. He's arrested on or about the 6th day of January 2015 outside of Club Crucial. You heard about this fight at Mr. Copeland. He's arrested outside. And I believe he's charged with either a small amount of marijuana or a gun or something to that effect. It's now the 10th day of January 2015. It's approximately, my memory is 7:42. I may be wrong. And it's clearly a collect call. If the voices are identified the way the state says, it's Mr. Bradford at first and Mr. Arnold. But then there's another woman who's on the phone, who I am not going to stipulate who it is. And she gets on the phone and supposedly says something potentially about Mr. Williams. I am objecting to that portion if that person's not testifying. The person I believe it is, but I'm not stipulating, is Miss Morton. And I heard today that the state said that they will wait on the Honorable Douglas Weinstein to call Miss Morton to promote the alibi defense for Mr. Kendrick. So I would move to exclude that portion. There's other portions, and I just have to get my notes, Your Honor, but I can do that, that are not relevant. They're talking about, I don't know, the jail food, or I don't know. I don't want to make specifics,
Sure.
but it's nothing to do with anything happening in our case.
Okay.
So understanding, at least I'll respond not to the jail food, but because that was at most a few words, but this is, we believe, calls between co-conspirators who are Mr. Arnold reaching out at first. I believe he may have initially had one purpose for reaching out, but the conversation turned to an alert or an informing of the current status of something that had just occurred. We believe that the thing that had just occurred that is a part of the larger conspiracy that is count one is the murder of Donovan Thomas. This is Mr. Arnold reaching out to Mr. Bradford, Mr. Arnold asking, you know, what's up, how things are, how are y'all doing? And Mr. Bradford saying some shit just occurred. He's, we believe, being intentionally selective with his words. And Mr. Arnold is asking where other people are. Miss Morton gets on the phone. Mr. Arnold specifically asked where Mr. Williams is. Ms. Morton says to Mr. Arnold, "Hey, Goldilocks." Mr. Arnold at some point had his hair dyed blonde gold, but she references him. And at some point, of course, Mr. Arnold asks, just to speak to the idea of we don't know who it is, Mr. Arnold asks Mr. Bradford, who is that? And Mr. Bradford, I think, says Bushi. And as they are another of what is happening outside the jail, as they're apprising Mr. Arnold of what's happening outside. This whole conversation is a conversation between co-conspirators serving to inform each other of the current status of the conspiracy, which therefore furthers the conspiracy itself. It serves to maintain a certain level of cohesiveness among them. And each one of the people who are taking part in the conversation are persons we believe who have just had some involvement, if they did not switch cars with, provide transportation for, the people we believe are involved in the murder of Donovan Thomas. They are advising each other of where the participants in that activity are at the moment that the inquiry is made. And I think I said that Mr. Arnold asked for Mr. Williams. It may have been that he asked for Mr. Kendrick. So that's a mistake on my part. He asked where Yak was. And I think that in responding where one of them was, Mr. Arnold was told that they were either with Mr. Williams. There was a reference to their current locations. And at this point, the entirety of the conversation, we believe is one that is informative, one that falls squarely under the co-conspirator statement category. So at the very least, there is that. We do intend to inquire of Mr. Arnold about that. I don't know what he's gonna say.
Okay,
But so it has two, we believe that it would be introduced in one of two ways.
So if Miss Morton is the person who answers the question of where Mr. Kendrick is and says where somebody else is as well, are you contending that she's an unindicted co-conspirator?
Oh, she is, we believe that she is, yes, an unindicted co-conspirator. She is, we're not saying that she, participated in the murder of Donovan Thomas, but in as much as her actions this night and what she does later on, I think the conversations that she has with Mr. Kendrick, we won't be trying to get into what she told the police, but I'll just tell the court, she tries to provide an alibi initially. It's sort of, she's lying for Mr. Kendrick later on, when presented or confronted with the surveillance footage. She's kind of coy and, saying, I don't see who is that? I don't see that. So she, yes, is a part of the conspiracy in that sense. She's not indicted, but when we're looking at the broader conspiracy that involves YSL and protecting its members and carrying out its purposes, she is a part of that. She's not indicted.
Associate of YSL?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask that this discussion be tabled for another day. Mr. Weinstein is more on has the details of this conversation and this evidence.
Okay, so I am going to need evidence other than, like what the state's evidence other than this one conversation is to establish that she's an unindicted co-conspirator. I assume, Mr. Steele, that would be your objection?
I have a series of objections under 24-801D2E. And specifically, and a good case I think is Stafford, STA-FFORD versus State, 312, Georgia, 811. It's in Division 5A, as in Elisa, 865 Southeast 2D, 116, 2021. And Your Honor, my position is going to be just the law, like you've been articulating. The state first has a requirement by a preponderance of the evidence that a conspiracy existed, and which is what I focused on and what the court just focused on, that the Honorable Court focused on, that the conspiracy included the declarant. The statement is offered, and the statement was made during the course and in furtherance of the conspiracy. And when you hear the recording, you may make determinations, Miss Morton, if someone can identify her voice, that she is not a part of the conspiracy, and that would break the chain. And two, it may be a quote spilling of the beans, because the entire conversation is nothing to further the conspiracy. If anything, and I'm not saying there's any conspiracy, but if anything, it's very vague and something happened. And I'm not saying that personally, I'm going to argue that it does not further conspiracy. So there's many different objections that I will have.
All right, so that is something we need to come back to.
Yes, Your Honor.
And so far, I apologize.
Go ahead.
So far, to my memory, and please correct me, someone, I don't believe there's any testimony about Miss Morton in this entirety of the case. That's my belief. And the state just said that they potentially, I know they could change their mind, but potentially not going to even call her.
I'm not certain what, when Mr. Steele says there's no testimony about Miss Morton, I'm not sure if he means there's not any that's been presented, or he hasn't seen where any could be presented in discovery, because
I think that any has been. Yeah, he's nodding his head in affirmation. Okay, well, I mean, as long as it will be.
yes, and I know that we've already shown the surveillance footage at the gas station. This is just in terms of the idea of Miss Morton. She's the person getting out of Ariel Bax's car, getting into the Pontiac Bonneville that Javoris Bradford is driving initially, that then Diamante Kendrick gets out of and walks to another car and comes back and ultimately gets into the driver's side of.
This is the video from the gas station that's the night of?
Yes.
Okay. And
Miss
it's allegedly like immediately after?
Oh, it is. It's immediately
Okay.
before. It's about
Immediately
6
before.
minutes before Donovan Thomas is
Okay.
gunned down 100 yards away.
Okay. And she is identifiable?
Oh, she's identifiable, identified.
All right, well, that sounds like that might do it, but we'll circle back on a day when Mr. Weinstein is here at Mr. Hell's request. And I assume there's gonna be somebody that says, that's able to testify that her kind of street name's Bushi?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So that is that jail call. And then what about Mr. Arnold's plea agreement? Is there a similar kind of factual acknowledgements as there was with Mr. Sledge?
There is with each defendant that pled guilty. And also, as I was over the time that the court broke from when the jury was here, I was going through my emails to try and finish up the collection of correspondence at the time that I was speaking with Mr. Merchant, his attorney, to tell her he's coming up.
Okay.
And I found that same series of emails that I'll be sending to the court
Okay.
and to counsel for the defense regarding her requested changes,
Okay, well,
or he is, or I.
I'm gonna hope that we don't end up calling another attorney to
I
the
don't-
stand.
Judge, I didn't want to call the first one.
I didn't really go that well for you ultimately. I don't think.
Well, see. Feels it.
Okay. All right, so in the event that the same or a similar thing ends up happening, I guess I'm gonna circle back, when we were talking about the admissibility of the factual acknowledgements plea agreement before, and I ruled that it was admitted. And Mr. Sharp said, okay, well, that may be, but there still may be some continuing witness issues. And I said, well, we'll deal with that later. I was thinking about that yesterday. And I also think that there are continuing witness issues with that.
I don't disagree with the continuing
Okay,
witness
so,
part.
you know, basically that never got displayed to the jury because we only admitted it after the jury was gone and the witnesses were both off the stand. So really, that's not anything they'll ever see.
Actually, Judge, I tendered it, while, I think I tendered it in front of the jury. And at the time, there was an objection.
Right.
And I believe that to the extent that the court admitted it, it can be published. It can't go back.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't know who you would, I guess you don't necessarily need a witness to do that, but.
And since the court did bring that issue up, there was another matter regarding the factual acknowledgements that I wanted to bring to the court's attention.
Okay.
There was the testimony from the attorney regarding two portions of the final document, specifically as the only two portions that were taken issue with.
Right.
One being number 3, which the court remembers, but number 8
Right.
specifically.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, the argument will be made. There are certain arguments that are right for that, but the thing about number 8 that I wanted to bring to the court's attention is that number 8, and this is not something I felt was I didn't feel it was something to go back and forth with the witness on the stand about. He testified, his memory was, he didn't remember seeing it.
Right.
But number 8 was a distillation, a pulling apart of a iteration, the one right before it, that he took issue with. And the reason the state tendered states 460 Yankee as well as 452 and 453 is that 452 contained the statement that 460 Yankee addressed, and in 460 Yankee, in as much as there were certain things that were not contested, but clarified, but the personal knowledge part is a specific thing that wasn't denied, but that was implied. And I'm just saying that instead of having what the state did, what I know we did, and when Mr. Wright says he doesn't remember, that's fine. But when we provided to him the document that had it pulled out, there was not, I don't know how he says he didn't see it, but there was not any indication from anyone that was incorrect. That wasn't just taken out of the air. That
No,
was.
I know that it wasn't, but we have already talked about that. I know what the state, I know and understand how it is that the state got to and believed that given the comments he made, you all could say, well, okay, still whether he knew it was planned or not, he still knew it happened and that they were responsible. But it doesn't actually say that in the iteration that got changed. And so that might have been the state's understanding of it. But, you know, I mean, it is what it is. And you didn't explore that with the witness anyway. So, I mean, at this point.
I mean, obviously that was a protracted examination that I did not want to make more protracted, but I do think that in as much as there is an attempt to convince the jury that essentially these are made up things that the
That you
state
just
put.
slipped it in.
Yes.
Well,
I
I mean, Miss Love, then put somebody else on the stand, but I mean, you telling me this, I mean, it doesn't do any, I mean.
The reason that I was telling the court that was not to try and completely relitigate an issue, but as to the section that dealt with his response, not the whole response, not that it's 460, but I would ask if the court might consider reconsidering just us putting in that one part that he responded to, the way that he responded, and then the ultimate version, so that at least before the jury is where that came from, since there has been this continued effort to convince them that we make stuff up and we just, you know, out of thin air.
Well, I mean, you're the one that decided to put him on the stand.
I don't regret that, or I don't think that that's the problem. That maybe, you know, obviously minds can disagree. I don't think that that's the problem.
Okay, well, if it were as clear as somewhere in the earlier version was the statement, I personally know that members of YSL were responsible for this murder, or whatever it said in the ultimate version. If that were in the prior version, that would be one thing, but that's not in the prior version. So I mean, I have thought that issue through.
Yes,
And I understood that to be your argument yesterday or the day before, or whenever it occurred. Okay. Appreciate you giving it yet another try there. And I'm being facetious when I say that.
I know you are.
Okay. So anyway, with regard to if the same or something similar comes up with some other of these co-defendants who have pled, then just be aware that, and it sounds like we're all in agreement that it can't go out to the jury anyway. So if you want them to see it and it does get admitted, you'll need to display it at that time. And if you come up with a way to publish this other one, then let me know.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, so then if we turn to the next page, we've got Miss Latner's again. I know we went through did we go through every CAD report she's gonna be testifying to when we were talking about the hearsay?
I think that we did.
Okay,
The
all right,
court
so
ruled
that
on,
part's
yeah.
taken care of. All right, then there's Mariah Smith, and that says interview. Is that like with police or with, who is that with?
It was an interview with the police, and she also testified at trial. We don't need to, or we would not.
Oh, she's already testified?
No, not this trial.
Oh, at a different,
in the murder
the
trial.
2015
Yes.
trial.
No,
Okay.
it wasn't 2015.
Some other.
2019, yes.
Okay.
So that we would not need that for any reason other than if she.
Impeachment, okay.
Right, or substantive.
Okay, all right.
Prior inconsistent statements.
Right, we're on a different act at this point, I see. And same for whomever the two people are?
We had Rodney Uten and Bernard.
Or Bernard Mitchell, and you were gonna call one or the other.
Right.
Okay, same with them.
Yes.
Okay. All right, Detective Hogan. We know we need, the interview of Ryan's not coming in, and then we've already done Mr. Ryan's social media, right?
I don't think we've done all of it. I think that's something that we were, Ms.
started.
Hilton and Ms.
All
Abbasi
right, y'all are gonna,
are still
That's the
discussing,
email.
and we
Okay.
have,
Email I sent.
Okay,
Yeah,
You're
great.
supposed to like get back to me.
Yeah,
Okay.
Ms. DeWilliams and I have been
Great.
communicating.
All right, Woony Lee, then that's gonna be play agreement, same kind of similar thing. And then text message, anything we need to litigate with regard to that text message?
No, I don't think so.
Anybody? Okay,
Because they laid the foundation.
yeah, okay. And then blog videos, social media and music, when we flip the page.
Yes, so I don't know what objection anybody would have, given that it is Mr. Lee who's on the stand, but the video itself is specifically the blog video. We believe is definitely an overact. They are talking about the meaning of certain terms, slat, and Mr. Lee makes a comment into the camera and then puts his hand over his mouth and says, shh. So that video itself, we believe, constitutes an overact in furtherance of this
Okay.
conspiracy.
And then y'all are familiar with whatever the social media and music is gonna be. So if there are any issues,
Hesitate to say yes to that because music, I mean, I don't know exactly what the state is referring to. To the extent that a song by Mr. Lee has been identified or is listed as an overact, which I don't recall off the top of my head, but I guess I'd have to know what the music is and then there's a 403 analysis, there's
Okay.
Baker, the Baker case that came out earlier this year. And of course, even though it's not our client's statements, it would be affecting our clients. So yes.
what's that site?
Judge, I don't think that Baker, it applies
I
to
don't
this
know
set
that
of
I've
circumstances
looked
at
that
all.
case, so-
Well, Baker was
It's
Baker dealt with a music video, but it was really a 403 analysis
Okay.
case. And I can get the site. We dealt with it earlier in
Well,
this
I'll
case.
just put in
But-
Baker music video and 403 and I bet it in 2024.
Yes.
Okay.
But again, I don't know specifically when they say music, what we're
Okay.
talking about. So
And is this Mr. Lee's music or somebody else's?
Mr. Lee's.
Okay.
318 Georgia 431 is
Thank
the
you.
site for Baker. March 2024.
Okay. Do you know what music?
Yes, there was the song and there was also this, I think that this particular issue was litigated and decided in an order that was filed by the previous trial judge on November 27, 2023.
Yeah, no,
Oh, so you're just
yeah,
asking
that,
about which?
you're not talking about that issue.
I am.
You
We
are.
did. Now, I'm
You
going
are.
off my recollection. We did litigate songs. We litigated a song by my client. We litigated some songs by Mr. Williams, and we litigated a song by Mr. Kendrick. I do not recall litigating the Woony Lee song. Mr. Steele is affirming my recollection, but so we do need to address that at some point.
Okay.
I think under
What was the date of the order?
November the 20. November 27, 2023.
Okay.
So on page 40, and this is not necessarily specifically talking to a lyric, but the court ruled that the lyrics evidence referenced in Division 8 supra is admissible against defendants Lee and Kendrick as a party admission and all defendants as a co-conspirator admission. The court found it relevant to count 1 RICO conspiracy, Acts 17 through 19, and count 2 murder, and that it is admissible to show actus reus mens rea and as proof of the existence and nature of the gang enterprise, the criminal nature of YSL, the connection of the defendants with one another as intrinsic evidence, and under OCGA 1615.3 and 1615.9.
Okay, but was this particular song included in section 8?
I'm making sure about the lyrics that we referenced in section 8, Your Honor, if the court would indulge us 1 moment.
Okay, no problem.
It is referenced on page 35, number 13. Where are you from? Mooney Lee is Slime Life Shouty. And specifically, where are you from? I'm from Believeland. Throw your setup, YSL. The ops hate the crew. We getting this paper and we ducking cases. Free little Shannon. He the one that had him running with the cannon.
Okay, looks like that was already litigated.
I'm going to suggest that we will go back to see to the video of court, because I mean, sometimes I don't know who writes the orders sometimes. So I just want to make sure that it was actually litigated in court.
Okay, well, if it was set forth in a motion or brief or anything, whether it was talked about in court or not, if it was included in the order, the decision was made that covered that. I mean, the court, the predecessor judge included that in the order. And you are welcome to go look at what the transcript said, but I don't think it matters whether it was specifically talked about or not, as long as it was included in what the court was considering.
Okay, well,
Okay.
we're going to look at
All
that.
right.
Thank you.
All right, and then it's his own social media, and it's been sufficiently identified that, or has it been sufficiently identified that the defense knows what that means by social media?
Yes, Your Honor, I
Okay.
believe it has. Yes.
All right, that's fine. I mean,
And
I haven't
actually,
been
they
there
are
the whole
in,
time, so.
most of them are listed in the indictment themselves
Okay.
as overacts. And I think there was a reference earlier to something being listed as an overact, that the state reference is an overact. I did not say it was listed. I just said it is, or constituted one.
All right. And then next we've got either Detective Viverito and or Mike Sprinkle with the social media post detailed there, and then Mr. Ryan's conviction, which y'all are gonna brief me on various topics about. And Ms. Abbasi was here yesterday when we were talking about what kind of briefs and case law was owed, so she'll know what that was. And Miss Love, I know at the time when you gave us this, that's the more detailed exhibits, that was as far as you'd gotten at the time. And if you didn't continue on, that's fine, because I said, no, don't take so much time doing that. Just give us, a general list. But if you have done more,
We can do more. I can't say right now that we've done more.
if you haven't, no, I'd rather you focus on the other
Okay.
tasks I've given you. I just
Okay.
thought, hey, if it's sitting around, we'll take it. But
Okay.
if it hadn't been generated, don't worry about
Thank you.
it. Okay. All right, so then Colin Russell, any issue with the exhibits that are listed next to him? I wouldn't think so. Would y'all mind responding so I know the answer, somebody? It's okay. Okay, so, no, I was just moving down through the witness list. So we're on Colin Russell now. He's on page 9, number 36. Does anybody anticipate issues we need to litigate beforehand with regard to any of the exhibits that are gonna come in through him? And I don't know whether y'all are thinking or whether you're just like, no, I don't know. Okay. Is everybody good? Does anybody need a bathroom break? I assume y'all will just tell me if you do, but silence equals assent, I guess. All right, DeJuan Maynard on the next page, social media. Any issues on that? That's gonna be his own social media?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. All right, is there any issue, everybody has all the body cam that might come in, right?
Got it all.
Okay. Okay, number 41, Officer Francis, social media, is that somebody else's social media then? At
That would be
point?
screenshots that the victim sent to
Okay,
You have that.
Officer Francis.
all right. Unless there's anything else on that page, I'm turning to the next page. Miss Stanley, there's a jail call. Are there gonna be any issues there?
No issues for that, Your Honor. One of the parties on the jail call is alleged to be a co-defendant in this case.
Okay,
So to the extent that that particular person, obviously we won't have an opportunity to question that person. That person's represented, that person's under indictment.
and do you mind telling me who it is?
Mender.
Okay.
So that raises somewhat of a concern for us.
Because y'all aren't, in what concern exactly?
Clearly wouldn't have an opportunity to cross-examine that person. That person obviously is under this indictment and it's not on the witness list as a witness. So the issues that arise with respect to that concerns us, obviously.
All right. does
You know,
this-
I might be incorrect, but I think we've already litigated that and sent the court the order. I'm checking with my
Okay.
team.
Yeah, like an hour ago. It's really weird because I mean, it's only on page like 85. Warning, local storage cache is full. I mean, if you want to. I like that sweater. It's pretty colors. Hang on, I don't know, if my court reporter's ready. She was fixing something on my real time. Okay. All right. She's, I think, ready now. Are you ready now? Almost. It's all right. You don't have to. I mean, it's fine. It's okay. Thank you, though. Okay, ready.
So I know that the issue had been previously litigated and tried to bring it back up again. I think the court indicated that it's been litigated. I just wanted to remind the court or say to the court again that my concern was just concerning Minder being a co-defendant in this case. And I believe he's on that. It's alleged that he's one of the people on that call with Tiana Stanley and supposedly Mr. Holloman. So prior to this honorable court coming on board, the matter had been litigated previously.
All right.
I tried to readdress it with Your Honor and the court. It's been resolved.
Order was entered.
All right.
But that was my concern.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And Your Honor,
Yes.
just for full context, the last line of the order reads that the court grants the state's October 24, 2023 motion to introduce Gary Holloman's statement to defendant Minder's mother and defendant Minder in the three-way conversation the day after the robbery as residual hearsay evidence pursuant to 24-8-807. That's different than what, well, it's in the same call, but I heard Mr. Matthews reference something.
The residual hearsay issue, I actually did look at again, and I came to the same
Okay.
conclusion. So you're talking about something different, is, right?
Yes.
You're talking about kind of, I guess, confrontation issues. Was that litigated?
So, I don't know that there's, when we
I
say
wouldn't
confrontation,
think that's
it's not a confrontation clause.
testimonial.
Right, in any way.
Bruton issues. Okay, so it's not confrontation issues because it's not testimonial, but there might be Bruton issues.
I don't
I don't know. I'd have to listen to the.
I don't think Bruton issues would exist in this type of context.
I
think
wouldn't
it's-
either. So, okay, so what then?
Well, I clearly wouldn't have an opportunity to cross-examine this person has certain rights.
Okay.
Because they're on the indictment.
Well, they're not, they're not testifying.
That is part of the issue.
But when you have a right to cross-examine somebody is when they're giving some kind of a testimonial evidence against you. So even if they weren't on the stand, if this were a testimonial type statement, then you would have a right to cross-examine, and we would otherwise have a confrontation clause problem. But you don't have the right to cross-examine on something like this if it's not a testimonial type statement. So, okay. Okay, so maybe I'm just not following what it is that your argument is going to be.
I know that we're going to be unable to cross-examine.
Okay, well, all right.
We'll deal with that.
Okay. Yep.
That was the only issue in that. That was the only remaining issue.
Okay.
that I could recall. I did want to bring to the court's attention, Judge, that the relationship that was represented to the court by the prosecution of Mr. Holloman and Stanley and Mender, I think they indicated that this was supposedly his nephew or something. of that
Right.
nature. Don't believe it. That is in fact the relationship. It's not a nephew. Mender was not a nephew, but that'll come out later too. Because that was part of I think the court.
I had noted that as yet another reason why it was okay for it to come in. But,
The, so I think that Mr. Holloman, I think he references him as
uncle,
yeah, but even though there's not a blood
isn't he
relationship.
the brother of
No, so
Mr. Mender's mother? Or
no, not brother.
or aunt or whatever?
So
Who is he the brother of?
he's not a brother. He is a very close friend, and they call each other
Uncle,
brother.
which,
Yes,
and sister and whatever. Okay. Well, they obviously, don't they even refer in the call?
he does. Yes,
His sister? Or
he refers
I know
to.
that they call him uncle or unk or something, but I thought there was even a reference in the call to one of the people being his sister.
There are those types of references without listening again, but they are calling one another those types of family names.
Even though they're not blood relation.
Correct.
Because they obviously feel that close to each other. And there
Yes.
are times when, somebody's a close family friend, but they're considered an aunt or an uncle. So it apparently is that instead. So, okay. Thank you, though.
Your Honor,
Yes.
on that issue, I join the Honorable Mr. Matthews, and I understand you ruled residual hearsay under 24-8-807, but that's supposed to be used very rarely.
I know.
And yes, it's not, I agree, it's not prudent, it's not testimonial. It can't be prudent because it's not testimonial. But this is an overt act, and it's therefore applies to everyone. So under 403, I know I'm going to ask for a limiting instruction if your ruling stands, but that's a very tough instruction when it's a overt act in a RICO case, because it's the same thing like the conviction by the jury of Mr. Ryan that we discussed yesterday. You're telling the jury you can use it against person one, but not against the other five. But it's an overt act that they can use on one person's verdict form, but not another. And I just don't, I would ask the court, since it's 807, which really has to be like prior sworn testimony that was cross-examined or a dying declaration, I would just ask the court to potentially reconsider or allow a limiting instruction that will help you craft, of course, if you approve it, but otherwise, I don't know why it comes in against Mr. Williams.
Okay, two of the examples of types of evidence that come in under 807, but that's not the entire universe. So the fact that it isn't either of those two things isn't determinative or dispositive. And I don't know that a limiting instruction would be appropriate here. And you're welcome to craft one and present it, and I'll consider whether I think it's appropriate, but
I was always taught by your court and the courts in general that residual hearsay is really, and I'm just looking,
I know.
it says, if you don't mind, it says, it must be equivalent to cross-examine former testimony, statements under the belief of impending death, statements against interests, and statements of personal or family history. Not just that people are related, and that these categories of hearsay have attributes of trustworthiness not possessed by the general run of hearsay statements that tip the balance in favor of introducing the information if the declarant is unavailable to testify. And that's another thing, and that's, by the way, I was reading out of ASH versus State, 312 Georgia 771. It's in division. It's in division 3B as in Barry, and that's 2021. But also, a person to that conversation is available to be cross-examined. I'm not talking about a person with a Fifth Amendment right, but there's another person who I believe is available to be subpoenaed and is on the state's witness list. What I said is accurate, that the person is here in Atlanta and could be subpoenaed. So I would ask again.
And who is that?
Miss Mender, but that, if Mr. Matthews can help me with the name.
Who?
So we're referring to Tiana.
Okay.
That's who we're referring to.
Okay, so I mean, this is the witness that this would come in with.
So we do have Tiana Stanley on the list.
She's witness number 45
Right.
on this. I mean,
That's right.
who
That's-
is coming in through.
Right, that's what we have. That's literally the evidence that we have next to her. And of course, the court's aware that Mr. Holloman is deceased. And so it falls squarely under, we believe the court made the right ruling, 24-807. We believe all three requirements under the statute are met.
Okay. All right, then we come down to Sergeant Henderson with Mr. Huey's interview and social media.
The court see Officer Cornbacher still on?
Yes, but I mean, all that says is testimony. Okay.
And as far as Henderson goes, I've reviewed everything, so we're okay.
Okay. Belknap. Any, I mean, I guess if the search wasn't.
Judge, with respect to Belknap, on that, what's on Belknap for us, Judge, is some items that were found concerning Chandler Durham. And
Okay.
our position is that this particular information that this investigator would testify to is not part of any overt acts. I don't believe Chandler Durham is on the witness list. I don't believe it's intrinsic. So I would argue that that information should be kept out.
Ms. Love?
Just to make sure that I understand my colleague's argument is that because Mr. Durham's name is not on the witness list and because this act is not listed as an overt act, it should be kept out. Is that the entirety of the argument? I just want to make sure before I respond.
Is that the argument?
I didn't say, I thought I said confrontation clause.
You did not say confrontation clause, but if we're talking about items found at the home, this is items that investigator Belknap found
Time of
in the search of Mr. Huey's apartment. And they ended up being, I guess, I don't know, allegedly from Chandler Durham.
That's correct.
And is the issue who actually says they are from Chandler Durham, if it's Chandler Durham?
So I know that we had Chandler Durham on our witness list. We have pared things down. If it turns out that we ultimately left him off, and I'm making sure that we did, that's just one more person that we'll just want to
Add back in?
Yes, that we'll just add back in.
Okay, so, I mean, that would just be like hearsay if he says Chandler Durham said these were his.
Unless Chandler's coming to court.
Okay.
The confrontation clause.
And this is also a circumstance where, so just to respond to a part that I don't think is material to the objection, but Chandler Durham is part of one of the overt acts listed, I think.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't think that's their real
Right.
point. I think it's
Right.
how can he say these are his?
We have to add it back.
All
But
right,
also we
so-
have Defendant Williams' sort of implicit statement that they're his because he's admonishing, he's warning Huey that if he doesn't take it back, somebody gonna die. But that's just, so we,
Yeah. Well, I guess maybe, even though I appreciate your efforts to pare down your witness list, this is one witness you're gonna need to add back. as the defense is otherwise going to
Understood, Your Honor.
object, so, okay.
That circumstance may come up again.
All right, Officer Gordon Phoenix video. All right. And then Bernie. Yeah, we've talked about him already. And then when we turn to the next page, page 12. This is one of those subsequent allegedly intrinsic acts, and I know I ruled on 2 and withheld ruling on 2. Yeah. And this is, I think, one of the ones that I ruled out. It is, so we can eliminate that witness if that's all they're testifying to, right? Hmm? I don't know. I'm on page 12, witnesses number 51 and 52.
Mr. Smith and.
No. Timothy Brown and investigator Viverito. Hmm?
Oh, okay. Yes, the court did, exclude it. Yes, so that. Now, Mr.
Hang on. So 48 and 49 were Belknap and Flores, and we have moved on past them. We must be looking at a different document then.
48 for us is Deputy Timothy Brown, 49 for us is investigator.
Okay, well, I don't know how that happened. I've got either an earlier or a later version. I don't know. What does yours say? Okay, well. What is the last witness number y'all have on yours?
Last one that we have on ours is witness 105. That's Lieutenant Lynch.
Okay, so you know what? I remember you saying at some point, I've added 2 witnesses, so it's different. And maybe y'all are just looking at a different one, but the 2 witnesses, obviously, we just maybe. So you have 48 as who?
48 is Deputy Timothy Brown.
Okay. And I have that as 51. So somewhere above that are 2 witnesses who, I don't know. Do you remember the 2 witnesses you added in? Okay, so how about this? Going up from Belknap, I've got Henderson, Kornbacher. Y'all just tell me when you, yes, okay. When you're one that you don't let me know. The AT&T custodian of records, Greer, Francis, Suk, Jenkins, Maynard, Hines, Russell, Latners, Viverito and Sprinkle, Lee, Hogan, Uten or Mitchell, Smith, Holmes, Latners, Underwood, Kilgore. Yeah. Oh, there's no number for it. No. Okay, Munson, Arnold, Dennis, Jenkins, Hill, Battle, Turner, Pitts, Bell, Latners, Smith, Sanders, Leduc or Leduc. What's on here is Zatha, that's really Atha. Reed, Voss and Weitzel, Bernie, T-Mobile, Sprint, Verizon, Sprinkle, Morton. Okay. The two, okay.
Oh, yeah, we had to add those because
Mystery
there was
solved.
no stipulation, so we did
Okay.
have to add those two
Okay.
people.
She just wanted to rub it in that y'all will not stipulate to the
I would never. do
phone
that.
record
Never.
being a phone record. Okay. All right, so anyway, back to Timothy Brown and Viverito on that issue. We can strike those two witnesses because that evidence is not coming in.
That is correct. Timothy Brown and-
Wait, you had those listed in the indictment? Why does this say? So when I'm looking back at that, you've got like the counts and the acts, right above those two people, you have counts 44 through 46, acts 169 and 170. Y'all had those in the indictment? How could you have done that?
Judge, I'm just, give me 1 second, I'm going back to where we are to. Yeah. So the indictment, let me look at my indictment. Make sure. Oh, okay, so Judge, as
So
it
these are
relates
in
to,
the
these are in the, right.
Okay,
the
so this
indictment
is
came out May-
different than
Right, than the
the
other,
other
yes.
things that were subsequent intrinsic.
And that's not me. So Judge, does the awareness of similar acts having been
I mean, maybe.
committed?
Maybe. Okay. So I'm sorry, those are obviously not out because those are indicted. And let me think about how similar that's pretty similar. I might revisit that ruling.
Thank you.
Not sure y'all made that argument at the time we were talking about it before. All right. What do you say we break for the day, y'all?
Okay with that.
I say we break for the day. All right, and do we have any word? Okay. All right, so we will reconvene at 9 tomorrow and hopefully we'll be able to do jury and witnesses, and apparently we haven't heard anything yet.
Okay,
So just plan to do that, and if not, it'll be another day like this.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you all.
Will the court, I know the court usually does, but if the court hears something like after hours, does the court incline to send out an email or?
If it is something, well, I mean,
I don't know.
We're gonna be here and do something regardless, but I guess you would want to know for your witnesses.
Yes.
So yes, if we hear something
Thank you.
that is, we won't have a jury available tomorrow, then I will let y'all know
Thank you. Thank you.
by, I guess.
It doesn't
email.
matter what time, just before we have them
Okay,
come up.
well, at some point, Miss Percifield and I both turn off our computers and cell phones, so.
That's healthy. We should all do that.
You know, I don't think that we're gonna be finding out at midnight anyway. I think we'll be finding out at a reasonable hour, hopefully. And if it is that they're not available, then I will let y'all know so that you don't have witnesses here for no reason.
Thank you.
Okay. And if I even hear in the morning, you know,
That's
early
good.
enough, I'll let you know. Okay,
It doesn't matter what time, just,
All
we're
right.
good. Thank you.
thanks.
a get together and he was there.
Did you have any discussion with Travis and relay that, you know, Michael was dead, or any discussion about that?
No. I never mentioned it to anybody.
There later came a point in time when this patio was built, correct? The fire pit.
Yeah.
Tell us, we've heard circumstances about that. How did that end up, and why did that end up being placed at that location?
It was a big open area in the backyard. When Jeremy and I were together, it was an idea that we would lay concrete down. He was supposed to help me with it. That's why the concrete was bought in January of 2016, I think it was. We sat down, we talked about the dimensions of it, and he was explaining to me how to calculate how much concrete you would need and whatnot. I went out and bought it, and then unloaded it into the shed, and it sat there till September later that year.
And then you had broken up with Jeremy, correct? And then later you take up with Travis.
Correct.
Correct. And eventually this fire pit gets dug, correct? Or had been dug, prepped for a duck pond,
We
correct?
didn't dig anymore.
Yeah, it had been dug out, my understanding, for a duck pond, correct?
Yeah, previously. That was even previous to Jeremy.
Yeah. And y'all abandoned that attempt or effort?
Yes.
So you move on.
Deep. I mean, it was just an outline. We didn't even dig deep into it.
So Travis comes along, some time passes, and y'all elect to put the patio there.
Yeah, that was the original plan.
Okay. You'd broken up with Travis.
Jeremy.
Jeremy, excuse me, I apologize. You'd broken up with Jeremy. Now, odor about your property. Was there any odor floating about on your property?
No. I mean, we had rescued one pig. We got another. A wild male and female. They had babies. And Robert Seha and his wife, they had horses. They also had dogs. They were renting the back property to keep some of their horses. And they had dogs. And there was a few occasions where the dogs had come up and with the little pigs. It's not a pretty sight. So I don't know if that's what she was smelling, but, and with the birds, like I said, with 400 birds, we used to slaughter them. I used to cut the chicken meat. Like, we had ducks, guinea fowl, quail. We had tons. I had a license to sell. We sold to a restaurant in Winter Garden. There was an obvious odor. Yes.
So when y'all prep this area and you put the patio down, did you and Travis put your initials in the concrete?
We did.
Would you have done that if you knew there was a body underneath there? Would you have posted photographs on the internet or on social media
Absolutely not.
if you had knowledge that there's a body underneath
Absolutely
there?
not. If I knew, everything would have changed, everything that occurred. The only reason why we laid the patio when we did was because we were trying to have this huge birthday party for Isabel. Robert Seha and his wife, they had the horses, and we invited essentially everybody from Pine Ridge to the house. And they were going to have the horses going through the backyard, and the kids could do hand printing and stuff on them. So we did that. So we were just trying to level everything out, make it look nice, have a gathering place. That's all that it was. That's why it wasn't placed until right before her birthday in September.
Place for people to stand and sit on.
Yeah, it's just to level the ground out. I mean, it was sitting in the shed, had been sitting there since the beginning of the year. We just decided that was like the right time to do it.
Now, there's been talk about and documents introduced regarding this social media, Facebook, etc. Is any of those images?
On my,
There's images from your account, Michael's account, other accounts. Did Jay have access to social media at your house?
yes. A lot of people did. We lived in, everybody had access to the Wi-Fi password. It was America One. Scotty Matuccio, Jay, Frank, Wilma, everybody. You could not be at that house without being connected to Wi-Fi if you wanted to have connection to anything. We kept the password straight. It was America One. Everybody knew it. I posted those things on my Facebook. I did not post those things to Michael's Facebook.
There's time frames where the state's made issue of this account being open and that account being open. Do you have any explanation for that?
I don't. I mean, I was on Facebook every single day. My job required me to investigate people. So I was always on the internet, social media, investigating people.
We've heard testimony as well that those accounts can be accessed remotely, offsite, and contain the same IP address, correct?
Yes.
That somebody can be in the house, sharing the same router, share the same IP address, correct?
Yes.
We've seen, and the state has introduced into evidence at this stage, a tarp that was in this pit. Did y'all have ownership of a blue tarp?
Not at that point. We had a tarp when we got a pool. I know Travis bought it. Yes.
Okay. Did you have one at the time of the demise of Michael Shaver?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you have the strap wrenches that were introduced or the straps themselves on your property?
No, not to my knowledge. When I went and got the concrete and stuff, I did not do anything with strap wrenches or anything like that.
The laminate flooring that was testified to, did you have the same or similar laminate flooring on your property?
No. The flooring, the remodeling that was done before we even moved in. When we bought that house, we got it at a really good price. It wasn't in foreclosure. But the inside essentially looks like it was in foreclosure. The floors in the rooms were destroyed from previous dogs. And I'm OCD and very clean. And we hired somebody to come in and clean it. And Michael went in and changed all the flooring in that house before I would allow us to even move in. and bring the kids in there because it was disgusting.
Was Austin Fillmore, or Austin, was he at the house when that pit was poured, the patio?
No,
He testified he
he
was.
was not. He was not there. Travis and I did that ourselves. And originally, Travis thought he could just do it by himself, and then he went and rented the mixer. We didn't realize that, I mean, it was a big area. He had never done that before. I don't know. I guess he thought it was going to be easy as just mixing up some bags, but that's why he ended up going. And running the mixer.
We saw the photographs of the distance between the residence and the gravesite. Did you back at that period of time, and we see your photos, were you that physical size back in that time period?
Yes.
Did you have the physical capability even of moving that body?
160-pound man? No. When I was at the gym working out, I could probably do 30 pounds. Prior to getting a personal trainer, I was working out from home with just hand weights. Did I have an endurance? Yes. I ran marathons.
Lori, the jurors are going to ask themselves, why didn't you call the police?
Scared?
Scared of what Jay had said or Jeremy had said?
I didn't know what to do. I had just been beaten. Like everything just happened so suddenly. I didn't know what to do. That's why all I wanted to do was get the kids out and get back home. And when I came back home, he was not there. Jeremy was not. There, and I could not get him back that afternoon.
There was testimony Isabel gave about after you broke up with Jeremy, about him continuing to follow you.
Yes.
Okay. Tell the jurors about those events.
There was times, I think Isabel had mentioned, I was already dating Travis. I went to go pick him up from the church, and I'm at the intersection, and Jeremy's there right beside me, yelling and screaming at me to roll down the windows, and then proceeds to follow us to real life. We used to shop at the Publix, Claremont 27, and he would just pop up and then start questioning, what are you guys doing? Where are you going? Have you said anything? Make sure you don't say anything. So then we started going to the Publix in Groveland, and all of a sudden he would start showing up there. Target, same thing. Walmart, that's where he showed me his tattoo. It was the summer of 2016, and I was with Travis. And he lifted up, we were in the cereal aisle at Walmart, and he lifted up his shirt and showed me his tattoo in front of my kids and everybody else standing in the aisle of a skull.
It was a skull.
Yes.
Did Jeremy occasionally drive by the residence?
Yes. So when we moved, got this place, and we put 6 cameras up outside our property because we noticed there was an increase in traffic. And I was really paranoid. Going anywhere, I mean, I look my surroundings before I get out. I was always afraid that he was following. I mean, was picking the kids up for school before we even had moved, and he had gotten out of his truck and ran down the middle of the road straight at my truck, yelling and screaming in front of the school on multiple occasions, trying to get me to converse with him. I had agreed to meet him on a couple occasions, yes, for like 10 minutes, and we would have conversations of like, nope, haven't said anything. He wanted me to wait for him, wanted everything to settle down with his wife, and I refused. So when we moved, once the body was found, I lost my job. Travis was a youth leader at the time. He started working for a granite company. Finances had gotten really tight. We found a home that we could afford. We got the cameras, and Jeremy was caught on those cameras on a couple occasions going by. If I seen him now, I would not recognize him if he was standing in front of me.
Go back a bit. You spoke about, and you have the images, clear images, as to the events that would happen on a regular basis. Let's reflect back on that, though. Were these acts events that would cause serious bodily harm to you?
Yes.
Were these events that would involve likewise domestic violence, shouting, and threats?
Yes, that and more.
Okay. Do you believe that you would be here today but for the act of Isabel?
Sorry, what?
The event where Michael was shot, Isabel acted, came to your aid. Do you believe you might not be alive but for Isabel and or Jay?
Correct. Yeah.
Lori, have you testified from your heart the truth of these events? Have I left anything out that you feel that you need to tell the juries to clarify any issues that you've spoken of at this stage?
I mean, there's a lot I would like to get out.
Okay, direct me to the topic. I know we can't go into the detail of these events, though. Okay. Aside from that, is there anything else?
Michael had a lot of anger. No, please.
Sustained. Well, we've spoken about his
Yes.
emotional attitude,
Correct.
but we can't get really.
I know. I know.
The events that we spoke.
Objection, Your Honor. This isn't a question.
All right,
So
sustained.
I'm just correcting her so that we don't go down that
Okay.
path.
Yes, sir. All right. Please ask a question if you wish.
So aside from the issues that we've spoken about, the temperament and the disposition and the atmosphere and all the matters that we've discussed, is there anything else that you feel that the jury should know?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for narrative. It is not a question.
Sustained. Please ask a specific
Okay.
question if you wish.
Is there a topic that we have not discussed?
No, nothing that I'm going to be able to talk about at this time.
All right. Thank you, Judge.
Yes, sir. All right, let's have a sidebar. All right, State, you may proceed.
Ms. Shaver, in the beginning of your testimony, I believe you may have misspoke. Mr. Wiggs asked you when you were married to Mike Shaver, and you said May of 2016. When did you get married to Michael Shaver?
2006.
Okay. That's okay. Now, the biggest question I have for you, because you didn't mention it once in your entire story, is when did your husband get killed?
The exact date I cannot recall. It was beginning of May of 2016. It was not November.
Okay. So sometime, you don't know, but sometime in May of 2016 is when this happened. Okay. Now, your phone number prior to this homicide was 352-431-0419, correct? You don't know your phone number?
That's not my phone number now.
Okay, you don't,
I do not recall my.
okay. But if that's the phone number that is from all those screenshots between you and Jeremy Townsend that you saw, would that refresh your memory that that was your phone number?
Yeah.
Okay. And you at some point changed your number to 352-431-8444. Correct?
I don't believe. I can't recall that because at some point I put my parents on my phone line.
You remember seeing the court document that was submitted into evidence where you put your address and phone number on it?
Yes.
And that 8444 number
Yeah.
was what you listed?
Yeah. I don't remember the phone numbers from back then. And since then, I have also had my parents on my phone bill.
My question was whether or not that was your phone number. You agree that the 8444 number was your phone number based on that court document?
Yes.
You would have been truthful in a court document, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I also, one of the statements that you made, I think you said you wouldn't recognize Jeremy?
Today, when he walked in, I would have never recognized him today. That's not what he looks like.
All right. Now, you mentioned the fact that he had this skull tattoo. You have a skull tattoo too, right? All right. So that doesn't really mean anything.
Well, I had mine way before.
Okay. Now, you were saying that you met Jeremy Townsend in August of 2015.
Yes, at the end of August.
And that he passed you some sort of Post-it note.
Mm-hmm.
Yes? All right. And you had talked about because you had marks on your face or something like that. Is that a yes?
Yes.
All right. Now, according to you, Michael Shaver had left the residence in November of 2015, correct? Your residence.
Yes.
All right.
I had kicked him out.
All right. And well, I thought that you were the type of person that would just shut down and retreat and couldn't confront anybody. That was your words, right?
No, I said that I'm not the type of person where if you come at me and say something like belittling me or anything like that, I shut down and retreat. I'm not confrontational.
All right.
And that was in the context of
You kicked him
me and my daughter.
But you can't, but you were confrontational with Mike Shaver.
Yeah, I told him to get out because he knew that if, if I called the cops and he would definitely be kicked out and he would be picked up. So yes, it was pretty much easy to get him out.
Let's try to figure out this timeline. In September of 2014, he was arrested for a domestic incident that involved you, correct?
Correct.
And that is when he went to the airport hangar, correct? Where he started living.
Yes.
All right. Did he move back into the house after that?
Yes.
All right. When did that happen?
I don't know the exact time.
Okay.
It was.
How long had he
It
been gone?
wasn't. He had been gone over a year.
All right. So sometime in 2015.
It was, yeah, probably summer of 2015.
Okay. So if the arrest was in September of 2014, approximately 6 to 8 months that he was gone?
No, it was greater than that because he had finished his probation period.
Okay. And in that incident, he also suffered injuries, correct?
Yes.
Because you hit him over the head with a gun, correct?
Well, he had the gun pointed at my head, and at that point, I was done. I thought I was giving up at that point. I had nothing left in me until I seen my kids come out and start screaming. And as soon as I seen them, I took and slammed that gun into his head.
Okay. Have you ever told anyone that he was not at fault for that incident and this is actually you?
No.
Did you throw a vase of flowers into the sliding glass door and break that?
I did.
We're getting into specific conduct that the state is moved to exclude.
Okay, can we approach, please?
Sidebar, please.
During that incident, did you throw a vase breaking the sliding glass door? Okay. And you also broke objects in the bathroom, correct?
No, I did not.
There's pictures of the sliding glass door from that incident. You've seen those, correct?
Yes.
And other items in the house that were broken, correct?
Correct.
Along with the injuries to you and the injuries to Mr. Shaver.
The only injury that I was aware of was to his head.
Okay. And his pants were torn, correct?
He would hold my keys in his pants and would not let me leave the residence. So after I hit him in the head, pushed the gun into his head, I had to reach into his pocket and grab my truck keys so that I could evade the property with my children and get to safety.
Now, after he left in November of 2015,
okay,
you got it straight now? Okay. After he left in November of 2015, was this incident which ultimately led to his death the first time that he came back?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So then in August, I'm sorry, you're saying you actually started a relationship with Jeremy Towson in August of 2015?
Started talking in August, and Michael was still at the residence.
Okay. So after November of 2015, he does not, that was someone deposited in his account, he would not have received, correct?
I don't know. He got his mail.
How did he get his mail if he wasn't at the house?
The mailbox was not at my residence. It was at the end of the road.
Okay. So after he left in November of 2015, are you saying that he would just come by every day to pick up his mail?
I don't know what he did.
Did you ever notice any mail missing?
How would I know if it was missing?
Did you ever notice any of your stuff missing?
No.
Did you ever notice any mail coming for Michael Shaver to that address after he left?
Yes, a few things.
What would you do with that in order to get it to him?
I would take it back to the post office and do return mail, no longer at this address.
Where was it going?
I don't know.
Where was it?
I don't know. I assumed probably back at the hangar.
If he left in November of 2015 and went to go live at the hangar, why would he quit his job at Disney?
Because there was a sexual harassment charge against him.
Okay. You heard that his supervisor came in and said there was no such thing and there's nothing in those records, correct?
Oh, I did. I heard that.
Are you saying that Disney falsified those records?
The sexual harassment complaint filed against him came directly from Michael's mouth.
Okay. And you had access to his bank accounts, correct?
Yes, he had access to mine as well.
And you withdrew money from his accounts, correct?
And deposited money, correct?
All right. In November of 2015, what deposits were you making in his account?
I have no idea. I'm not sure that I was.
Deposit that Mariner check into his account?
No, I have no idea what that is.
All right. The money from the sale of all of his property, how did you get that to him?
Well, it was not necessarily his property.
Right,
I was
what about
on
his guns?
his guns. Okay. So after he was arrested and
My question was, how did you get the money from the sale of his guns to him if you didn't know where he was?
I did not give him the money from the sale of the guns. Those were not his guns.
Would you have any way, if you say you don't even know where he is, would you have any way of getting him any of that money?
No, I never said I gave. It was throughout the whole marital, I would deposit money and take out money. He worked overnights. So during the day, if he needed anything, any shopping and all of that for the well-being of the house and the kids, I would do that during the day because he was sleeping because he worked overnights.
As far as the Facebook records, all the stuff from the Lori Shaver Facebook account, you would agree you posted, correct? All right. None of that stuff was anybody hacking you? Or anything like that?
Did not appear so.
And you had access to Michael Shaver's Facebook, correct?
Previously.
Okay. How did you have access to his account?
Well, previously we had a joint account. After we had separated in 2014, I believe we separated emails, Facebook. Prior to that, everything was joint. After that, we went from a joint bank account to 2 bank accounts, 2 emails, 2 Facebooks. Prior to that, everything was joint because he controlled everything.
Did you have his password?
Previously, well, it was a joint password because it was a joint account.
When he had his own account, when did he start his own account?
After we had separated in 2014.
Did you have for that account?
Well, that was our account.
When you said he started his own account, my question is, all right, and did you ever post anything on his account?
No, I did not.
Did your daughter have his password?
I don't believe so.
Was anyone else living in your house after the May of 2016 that had access to his phone or password for Facebook?
I don't know about the password, but there was 2 tablets. There was a laptop and a desktop.
Did they have his Facebook profile in it?
Everything was automatic. Everything was already logged in. So all you had to do was just log it, like open it up, and you were automatically logged in.
Was your daughter posting on his Facebook?
No.
Was your son posting on his Facebook? Oh. Now, did you ever tell anyone that after he left in November of 2015 that he was in jail for failing to pay child support?
I did.
That wasn't true, correct?
No, it was not. That was an old manager that I had a relationship with way back when, and he had moved back from Connecticut to Florida and was reaching out to me, and he was curious.
That's Ramin, correct?
Correct.
And that when you say relationship, that's another affair, correct?
Correct.
But you told him that Mike was in jail for failing to pay child support and his license was suspended, correct?
Give him my personal information, and he was asking about that because.
Okay, wait, hold on one second. How is Mike being in jail your personal information?
Accurate personal information because he was questioning. Because prior to that, there was conversations where Michael had threatened once again after finding out to kill me.
All right. So when you told your manager that you had a prior affair with that Mike was in jail, that was a lie. Did you tell your sister that you guys had been working out a separation agreement?
Yes. well, we actually did work out a separation agreement, and it was filed with court.
In order to do that, you have to get was that here in Lake County?
It was.
Okay, so there is some sort of divorce proceeding with your name on it and Michael Shaver's, because you just said you filed something in court, correct?
I did not say divorce. You said separation. So after 2014, after that incident, we both had attorney representation, and Michael and I came up with an agreement, handwritten. We both signed it. That was filed.
Where?
Here.
Where? Case is that in?
Whatever the prior DCF is, and I had won that case with no adjudication. I don't know where that record is, but it was filed. And in that agreement, he agreed to pay X amount of money. I would keep the kids. He could not take the kids. He would see them every other weekend, whatever. We had that separation. I made more money than he did. I covered the health insurance. I covered the kids. I kept the house. He was moving out of the house, and he was going to pay XYZ. That was a handwritten document that both of us signed in front of the mediator at this DCF agreement that I won with no adjudication.
Was there ever a divorce proceeding started?
No, there was not. Not in the state of Florida.
After 2015, was there ever a divorce proceeding started?
No.
When law enforcement came and asked you about the whereabouts of your husband, that you were not truthful with them, correct?
I didn't know where he went. The last.
You know what happened to him, correct? All right, you didn't tell him that, correct? The Walmart purchase that was on your husband's bank account, you did that, correct?
I don't recall doing that.
That was sent to your house with your name on it, correct? All right.
I don't recall like the exact parameters around it or what I bought or anything like that.
So this event happens in May of 2016, correct? Say yes?
Yes.
Your relationship with Jeremy Townsend ends very tumultuously in May of 2016, correct? Say yes?
Yes.
And your relationship with Travis Filmer then begins in May of 2016, correct?
He came over at the end of May. Yes.
And you were actually engaged to him in July of 2016, correct?
Yes.
In April of 2016, Rebecca Urbanowski was living with you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the fire pit itself was built in March of 2016?
I guess so.
That's when you posted it, right? And then how big was your property?
5 acres.
And out of all of that land, you just happened to choose the area where your dead husband's body was found to put that cement slab. That's basically what you're saying. You're correct?
No, because I did not know his body was there. It went there because that area was already dug out.
Quite a coincidence, you'd agree, correct?
No, not necessarily. Not if you realize the whole parameters of what came first and how that all transpired. Like I said, that was something that Jeremy and I had originally talked about doing because I'd gotten rid of the animals and we had the fire pit and we were talking about wanting I mean, it was his suggestion to put in concrete.
So the March 2016 is when you put that fire pit in, and 2 months later is when your husband is still on your property, correct?
Yes. But the concrete was not poured until September,
Correct, by you and your now husband.
but I had no knowledge that he was under there. If I was trying to cover him up, why would I do that so many months later? And only,
I haven't asked you a question, ma'am. So the incident that led to your husband's death, your husband had not been around for months, correct?
correct,
And he just happens to show up sometime in May of 2016, correct?
not just happened. That was pretty typical of him being gone for months and then showing up and us getting back together.
Okay.
That was
And then during that time frame, this was some time before you were going to take your kids to school, correct?
Yes, he was out on the porch when I went.
How was he dressed?
Shorts, t-shirt,
Okay.
sneakers.
And an argument between the two of you starts.
Yes, I went outside. I got the kids settled and I went outside to talk to him.
How old was your daughter at this point?
7.
And is there a reason why you never taught your daughter how to dial 911?
I mean, we just had cell phones. We didn't have a landline. She knew how to dial 911, but like I said, I had my cell phone on me. The security system that we had, she would not have been able to reach. It was above the keys where the door was.
But when she said, I didn't know how to call 911, I'm asking why you wouldn't have taught her.
I did teach her how to call 911, but she didn't have a phone.
Okay. Now, your testimony is that she shot him, correct?
Yes.
And at that point, that you were able to get out from underneath Mr. Shaver, correct?
I did not crawl away until he was falling to the ground. After she shot him, I was still looking at her, like, still comprehending everything that was happening. I wasn't 2 yet because he had been and had his foot on my face, smushing it into the ground. It took me, I mean, it wasn't that long, but it took me a little bit to kind of comprehend what was occurring. And then
Certainly didn't get up after being shot, correct? You certainly didn't get up out of the chair after being shot, correct?
No, not until, no. After the second shot, he fell forward. The first shot, he sat in the chair.
At the time of his death, Mike Shaver was about 5'3".
5'3".
Mhm.
5'8", 5'10".
Now,
I'm 5'2".
the probable cause affidavit around the time of his arrest listed him at 5'3" and 130 pounds. You're saying that's inaccurate?
That was probably me.
Okay, were you weren't arrested, right?
His probable cause from 2014?
Yes. You're saying that 5'3" and 130 pounds is inaccurate, is what you're saying?
Yeah. 5'8" and 150, 160 pounds. I was 5'2" and 115, 20.
When Mike left, he left his vehicle, correct?
You're talking about the black car.
No, I'm talking about he had a vehicle and he left it behind, correct?
His black car had been sitting there for a while. He had a bent rim in the air, in the tire, could not stay inflated. So he was driving my truck back and forth to work.
Right. My question was, when he left and moved out, he left his car. Correct? And he left everything that he had that had any sort of value that could be sold, correct? Guns,
He took stuff,
tools,
yes.
his ATV, left all that behind.
All the tools that were in the shed were of no use to him. They were like old tools and stuff like that. And it wasn't an ATV.
My question was, he left the stuff behind, stuff that he could have sold, correct?
Correct.
He stopped going to work and lost his job because of it, correct?
I was not aware of that at that time.
So he lost his ability to make any money, correct?
I was not aware of that at that time.
Prior to November of 2015, he would call you using the phone frequently, correct?
Yes, because he was back in the house and we were working things, trying to work things out.
After November of 2015, there is absolutely no calls to you after that November 7th, 2015, correct?
I don't recall.
There's not a single call to you, to the children, anything, correct?
I don't recall.
There's no activity on his bank other than withdrawals from the ATM in Claremont where you live, correct?
I wouldn't know that.
November 2015, he just vanishes off the face of the earth. No one can account for him, correct?
I don't believe that that's true.
But you've definitely not had any contact with him in any ways until he shows up someday, which you do not know, in May of 2016 when this incident occurs, correct?
No, he showed up prior to May
I
at
asked
my
you-
property, but he was already causing trouble prior to that, which fits within his history of doing this.
My question to you previously was, after you kicked him out in November of 2015, and prior to him coming up the day that he was killed, I asked you, did he ever come, have any contact with you? You said no, correct?
Not physically, correct, but calls and stuff like that, yes.
Calls?
Texts, his threats, stuff like that.
You saw the phone records, which show absolutely no
Text,
calls from
Facebook
him
messages.
after November
There
7th,
was-
correct?
Let her answer the question, please. All right,
He was-
allow the witness to finish. Thank you.
He was communicating with Jeremy. I believe he had sent me text. He had sent me a nasty text prior to that, telling me I was just like my mom, something to that effect. He was communicating.
From your IP address.
I don't know that that's my IP address. How can you verify that?
Because it's the same IP address that your account that you says you used posted on as well.
Okay, how do we know that he didn't post on my face or log into my Facebook?
So what vehicle, the day that he showed up in May of 2016, what vehicle did you use to get to your house that day?
I don't know.
What vehicle was in your yard that you didn't recognize that day?
In May?
Yes. So he just walked? He just showed up without a vehicle in your house on the back porch?
I was not paying attention to that.
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Wiggs.
I don't have anything. Thank you, Judge.
All right, yes, sir. Thank you. You may step down from the witness stand. Any other witnesses, Mr. Wiggs?
No, at this, excuse me, at this time, the defense would rest, Judge.
All right, the defense has rested. And at this time, thank you for your time and attention today, members of the jury. I will excuse you at this point. I'll ask you to return tomorrow to the jury assembly room at 8 a.m. Again, please do not do any research regarding the case. Please do not view or read any media concerning the case. And do not speak to each other or anyone else about the case. Should you see the attorneys out and about, they have been instructed to ignore you, so please do not hold that against them. Well, thank you again for your time today, and have a nice night. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Please take the jurors out. Thank you. All right, are there any motions at this time?
Judge, yes, we renew our motion for judgment of acquittal, same grounds. There's no causation, proof of homicide that the state could establish that's attributable to Lori Shaver. There's no technical documents, the IP data and the digital documents are unreliable, not authorized. Of course, there's prejudicial mistake, or not mistakes, but evidence that the state has introduced in the form of introduction of other guns, banking records, nothing to tie Lori Shaver to this homicide. There's digital data, there's improper stacking, and I know that stacking is proper, but the state didn't follow the proper procedures to do so. And the state has failed to lay the proper predicate for the digital data and reliability therein.
All right, state's response.
We'll rest on our prior arguments.
All right, the motion is respectfully denied. Thank you. Is there anything else before we conclude? We're going to meet at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning for the charge conference. Is there anything further?
No, sir. No, sir.
All right, then we're adjourned for the day. Thank you. Have a nice night.
Of the phone instruction.
Your Honor, may I approach with 355, 356, 357, and 357A?
Yes, sir.
We need one by one, Sears. 355 is what?
Excuse me. 355 is an image that I observed in the phone extraction results. And I know this to be a photograph of Boulder with the flat irons in the background.
Your Honor, at this time, people move 355 into evidence.
Dear,
Yes.
do you know when this photo became apparent on Mr. Ellis's phone?
Yes, there are associated date details with this image.
When is that?
March, I believe it was February or March of 2021.
No objection.
Admitted.
Does it sound right to you if I were to say your report says the image was dated March 18th, 2021 at 4:09 PM?
That's correct.
This image was put on or looked at through the defendant's phone on March 18th, 2021.
That's correct.
And what did you identify that allowed you to determine that was actually Boulder?
The longer I appeared at this image, I can see a watermark in the center. It's very faint. And it appeared to be wording introducing an address on Dewey Avenue. I cannot, it appears 805 perhaps.
And do you know Dewey Avenue to be a location in Boulder?
Yes.
Did you also find any indication 356 first, please?
Yes, I did.
And what is 356?
Exhibit 356 is a screenshot of Apple Maps in which the indicator for where the phone is actually at the time this photograph was taken is between Arvada and Boulder.
All right, at this time, people move 356 into evidence.
No objection.
356. Admitted.
What is the jury seeing here?
This is the screenshot I just discussed. This is in the Apple Maps application. You can see the blue dot indicating the location of the phone. And it is right off of Highway 93 coming north or right between the location of Arvada and Boulder.
And from January of 2021 through March 22nd of 2021, did you see an increasing focus on Boulder through the defendant's phone?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe that for the jury, please?
Yes, I located an artifacts titled Apple Maps Biome App Intents. There were 322 artifacts in this category. Of those, 54 of them had specific addresses for businesses located in Boulder. Of the 322, a large number of them have no location name or address, so I don't know what city that particular artifact came from. And so the 54 artifacts here all relate to Boulder.
What do those 54 artifacts mean was actually happening with the defendant's phone?
Yes, again, I explained they're from Biome App Intents. The Biome is a database that stores files with the user's information. And the App Intents is it's provided by the iOS operating system by Apple to enhance the user experience, and it combines with the Biome the user's information to help predict and provide recommendations perhaps on what the phone might suggest to the user.
And are those artifacts appearing on the phone prompted by map searches being conducted by the user of the phone?
Yes, that's correct. The Biome portion of this artifact indicates and was revealed through my research that these artifacts appear here because the suspect was on his phone in the Apple Maps application looking at a map of Boulder and the businesses within that area displayed on the map. Additionally, there are artifacts that indicate the type. And so in this case, most of these are that the type is show. And then additionally, there is an action and most of these say reveal. which helped to show and reveal the address and the business at that particular location on the map.
So to be clear, it means that there's something being looked at on the map, and then this list is being recorded by the phone.
That's correct.
It doesn't mean the person's specifically hitting on this. It's more the map recording in the phone that this location's within that area.
That's correct.
And the list that appears in 357 and 357A was generated by the technology of the phone.
Yes, and the forensic tool used to parse the extraction from the phone.
Your Honor, at this time, people move 357 and 357A into evidence, sorry.
No objection.
Admitted.
So the jury's perhaps a little too far back from this screen. So Ms. Sears, can you just walk us through what we see on 357, please?
Yes, on exhibit 357, these results, you can see it in the left-hand pane. It indicates location and travel. That is the category in which these artifacts were found. You'll see this appears slightly different because this was used through the magnet axiom forensic tool. And these particular artifacts listed on this page are the Apple Maps biome app intents. And to the right, you can see the matching results, 54 of 322. There are associated dates and times for these. And then you can see the type for all of these on 357 is show. The action is reveal. A location name indicates the actual business or location, the business at that particular location, and then the address of that business.
And what dates do you see on the left-hand side of the screen? This 357.
These dates range from March 6th, 2021 to March 18th, 2021.
During this time, is this when you're seeing a greater focus on a holder on the bank's phone?
Yes, yes.
The locations which appear in the fifth column over include different places such as Press Play, Bitter Bar, and other locations.
Yes.
In 357A, dates and time, excuse me, dates are reflected on 357.
These are the remaining 54. The dates go from March 17th, 2021 to March 21st, 2021.
Again, a greater focus on Boulder.
All of these locations are Boulder.
And what are the last few dates, times, and locations listed here?
On 321 at 1222, Target at 2800 Pearl Street. At 1223 on 321, Whole Foods Market at 2905 Pearl Street. On the same date at 6:23 a.m., Safeway at 2798 Arapahoe. On 321 at 1225, Plato's Closet, 2510 Arapahoe. 321, 2021 at 1228, Safeway, 2798 Arapahoe. And the final one at 1229, is Petco, 2480 Arapahoe Avenue.
And based on your review of the phone, where was the defendant on the morning of March 22nd, 2021?
At that time, I was able to determine that he was at his home in Arvada.
What was he looking at on his phone that morning?
He was, among other things, within the Apple Maps application, looking at the maps, looking at different locations within the city of Boulder.
I have nothing further. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I just have a few questions for you about what we've been discussing with regards to Mr. Alyssa's phone. And you had told us that prior to becoming a forensic analysis, you were actually a detective for Boulder Police Department.
That's correct.
And fair to say, as you were a detective for the Boulder Police Department and then as a forensic analysis, that you were often trying to figure out the why of why a crime may have occurred?
Yes, that is one of the goals of an investigation.
And fair to say, when you were conducting your analysis of Mr. Alyssa's phone, you were hoping to get a better understanding of why did this all happen?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And you spent a lot of time with Mr. Alyssa's phone?
Yes.
Okay. And none of the data or none of this extensive looking through all of the things we've talked about this afternoon could answer that why question.
That's correct.
Now, you told us that a number of different items were seized from the Alyssa home.
Yes.
And you're aware through the course of the investigation and your role in it that Mr. Alyssa lived with his family in Arvada.
Yes.
And there were a number of family members who lived in the home with him.
That's correct.
Hence why you had so many devices to go through, because there were so many people living in the home.
Yes.
And the FBI and other law enforcement agencies went to the Alyssa home the evening of March 22nd.
Yes, they did.
And they executed a search warrant, which is when they collected all these devices.
Yes.
And the family was very cooperative with law enforcement in providing these devices.
Yes, they were.
Okay. The family was very cooperative and voluntarily signed consent forms and gave access to law enforcement to anything they found.
That's correct.
Now, in regards to the phone that we've been discussing this afternoon, you told the jury that this was found in the Mercedes at the King Soopers where this mass shooting occurred.
That's correct.
Okay. And you also told us that once you were able to look at the phone, you were easily able to identify that this was in fact Mr. Alyssa's phone.
Yes.
Okay. And you went through different searches, the cache, the notes, the images, and throughout all of it, you could tell there was things that went directly to Mr. Alyssa.
That's correct.
I want to talk a little about note that we saw. And again, a note is something an individual creates within their phone. Do you agree with that?
That's correct.
Okay. I oftentimes think maybe a list for the grocery store or, you know, your daily tasks of what you're doing. That's what people usually use the notes function for.
Yes.
Agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. And you told us that the note within Mr. Alyssa's phone was titled BJJ.
That's correct.
And fair to say you believe that stands for Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And final modification of that note you told us was on March 17th of 2021.
Yes.
And you also told us that note was first created on September 24th of 2020.
Yes.
What you can't tell us, however, is how many times that note was modified between September of 2020 and March of 2021.
That is correct.
Someone could have modified it once, 10 times. We have no idea.
Correct. I did not look into the number of times modified, and it is unknown.
The other thing that the note can't tell you is what parts may have been created on September 24th, what parts may have been created in between this timeline, or what was created on March 17th.
That is also correct.
What we do know, however, is we saw, I believe it was 13 pages of Exhibit 353, this note.
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Doherty took you through the note, and specifically he took you to page 11 when we first see a change from talking about jiu-jitsu stuff to more guns and other type of stuff. Would you agree with that?
That's correct.
You told us that you've done hundreds, if not thousands of forensic analysis on phones and other, like computers, other stuff like that?
Yes,
Okay. And agree that a phone nowadays is kind of like a handheld computer?
very much so.
Okay. People do a lot of things on their phone.
Yes,
Okay. And you learn a lot about someone by looking at their phone.
yes, I do.
We've seen that there's no doubt that Mr. Alyssa had a clear infatuation or say obsession with guns, gun making material, body armor, those types of things.
Yes,
I think we heard a few different times that there was over 6,000 cached images.
that's correct.
Okay. You also took note of some other things with regards to Mr. Alyssa's phone. And I